All right, what is going on, y'all? I hope you guys are having a great weekend, and we're gonna get right to it. So, it was upon request for me to, react to another one of these. We did our last podcast. We did a reaction to a panel like this. I think the same people, or whatever, on Anton Daniels' YouTube site. So, hope you guys have had so far having a great weekend. And if you do want to see me react to more stuff like this, hey, just go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, so that we can do more of these. Now, the Sunday, I was just gonna chill, hang out with the family. Well, we did hang out early today. Went to the corn maze, took the dogs out. They had a great time, and and now we're just back here, just relaxing. So it's like, okay, I'll just jump down and do another one. But please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, follow us out on x.com at Game Reactions 40. And enough about me here. Let's go and see how divided we are. And as you guys can see at the top there, it says Kamala Harris preaches after rejecting Jesus. Black men vote Trump. Corey Holcomb dating broke women. So a lot of this information, I guess these topics that they're going to be talking on, we already know what has transpired, especially with Kamala going out, into the church right after, I guess somebody in the crowd had said Jesus Christ is Lord, Jesus Christ is King, and then she pretty much said, hey, you're at the wrong rally. The smaller rally is right down the street. Black men voting for Trump. We already know what's going on there. Corey Holcomb dating broke women. I would love to hear what Corey Holcomb has to say. I don't think I saw that video, but Corey Holcomb, if you don't know who he is, he's a comedian, and sometimes he has some valid points. And really good perspectives of where he's coming from. So I'm looking forward to hearing what Corey Holcomb has to say about that. But enough of me. Let's get into it and see if Americans are divided. Because I'm assuming everyone on this panel is American. So are we divided? What's really going on?
Button. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you are nice to the people that's on the panel. Okay. No coming for people's spouses, okay? Let's keep it nice and friendly, okay? We have some new guests, returning guests, and veteran guests. How are you guys feeling today?
Good.
Good. We're not here, so it shouldn't be no rah early. But anybody did anything fun this weekend? No.
Nah.
Nothing worth talking about.
Texans lost by, I think, 1 point.
I still have fun. It's all good.
That's good. That's good. Okay. So did anybody see the rally that Kamala was at, and people were saying the Lord God, and she was like, this is not the right rally? Did anybody see that clip?
Yes, God is Lord.
Yeah.
God is Lord. Yeah.
Okay. So if you haven't, it's okay, April. We're gonna play a little clip. So then I'm gonna play that clip. You really can't hear what the people are saying because there's a lot of people, and then I'm gonna play the clip of her at the church, kind of, making things better.
We remember Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court. with, with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did as he intended. Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally.
Now, if you are unaware, there is there's an interview of the two individuals who made the statements at Kamala Harris's rally. They were interviewed on, I think it was Fox News, and they shared with the world what had took place there. And and some people may, they may damage control it or downplay it. It doesn't matter which side you sit on. Politics is politics, right? But here's my thoughts around this. Let's say if that, well, according to the two guys, they said it happened. They said Jesus Christ is King, Jesus Christ is Lord, and this was Kamala's response. Why would you say something? If you're Kamala, why would you even comment? Why would you say something? I mean, just it makes you look bad. And if that was the case, she did respond to those two guys. I'm pretty sure other people were speaking, in the background as well. Why would you just say anything? Why just say yes? I mean, because if you are, let's say if she is Christian, I don't know if Kamala is Christian or not, but let's say if she is Christian, I mean, you would acknowledge that and say yes, Jesus Christ is Lord, and just keep it moving, or you just stay on topic, and and keep it going, right? I don't understand why would you just dismiss that in the way that you did. That makes you alienated pretty much everyone there who do believes in Jesus and believes that he is Lord. And what gets me is that there were people cheering her on. There were people literally cheering her on. That's concerning. All right, let's play it.
I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
And understand the lesson of the Gospel of Luke. Because right now, each of us has an opportunity to make a difference. In this moment, our country is at a crossroads. And where we go from here is up to us, as Americans and as people of faith. And now we ask a question. We face this question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice? And let us recognize that when we shine the light in moments of darkness, it will guide our feet into the path of peace. And let us remember that while weeping may endure for a night, joy.
Now she's reading from a teleprompter. So this is after the rally. She goes into this church here, and she's reading from.
Coming in the morning.
Amen.
Here we go.
Okay, so does anybody have anything to say what happened in that whole situation from the first clip to the second clip? Not everybody went.
I feel like she wanted to get a moment for like a soundbite attention for her to say, "Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally. Go to the rally down the street. That's a smaller rally." That to me, that's a knock at Trump, because he's always talking about the sizes of her rallies. So to me, it just seemed like she wanted to get a soundbite. Another part of that is the second clip. She's at a church preaching, which if you are awake, you can see that, to me, in my opinion, she just comes off as very inauthentic. She's not authentic in who she is. And people can see that, people can feel that. And people wonder why African Americans are moving away from the Democratic Party, because people can see that Kamala is she doesn't come off as an authentic person, and people can see it, people can feel it, and it just comes off as she's just fake to me.
Anybody think she's fake? Anybody else? Have a little fakeness?
I think she's 1000% fake.
Yeah.
I know people in Jamaica who's very familiar with the family.
Meaning,
Her entire background. Everything you see from Kamala's background is fake.
so she not from Jamaica?
Those are some bold claims. So hopefully he has some evidence to back up what he's stating. Let's keep it rolling.
Like,
No,
we trying to know.
she's from Jamaica, but she's not. Her ancestors is really from. Her ancestors are really Irish. They migrated to Jamaica to partake in the slave trade.
Okay.
They own sugar plantations. Hamilton Brown is like her ancestor. He's a slave.
So she don't have no black in her?
Candace Owens did like 9-10 episodes diving deep into her ancestry. And and she posted like all the evidence that she found as well for people to look at, but like she did a deep dive into it. And it's kind of hard not to at least have your mind be like, okay, something's going on here. Something's not right. I think she's very fake. I think in the first clip, it really kind of just damaged her because, for one, she didn't attend the Catholic event. And then right after that, she makes this, she's trying to be funny, kind of like Trump is, but she did it in the wrong way. And in this way, she alienated an entire group of people, whether she meant to or not. And then I feel like she tried to recover with that, with going to the church and then trying to, I don't know, to me, act as if she's suddenly like very holy and spiritual, like all this time. And I feel like this is kind of like the first time she's really even deep dived at all into her faith or anything like that. And she won't say God, not out loud. And she just has this, when she talks about it, when she did her speech at the church, it felt more written than like from the heart, like she actually believes it. And like I said, I don't know her personally, so I could be completely wrong in this, but I think that her biggest issue is the fact that she comes off as this like disingenuous. So
who y'all think is faker, Kamala or Trump?
Kamala.
Ding, 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 ding.
Why?
That's what it is.
Come on, man. Kamala.
See, I don't understand why she did that. This is a Kamala, however you want to say it. This is about Kamala and what she did. But you see how she threw Trump in the mix? Let's keep rolling.
Trump's dramatic. No, I wouldn't say Trump's fake. I'd say he's very dramatic. But he's not fake.
Kamala's diabolical, man. She's
I think Trump is like the definition of fake. And I think it's rich to say, oh, Kamala doesn't come off as a Christian when Donald Trump is the opposition. And secondly, if we're going to talk about Candace Owens, Candace Owens got fired for spreading fake news and then got demonetized for spreading fake news again. So I would never encourage anybody to listen to Candace Owens as like the beacon of truth.
How do you know why she got fired? Who told you that? Or did you just assume?
Ben Shapiro, her boss, that fired her.
well, let me
So
chime in on
her
something.
boss told you why she got fired.
He released several videos and challenged her to a debate on the merits of the things she said and said that what she was saying was false and challenged her to a debate and she never showed it.
Well, just because she got fired and just because someone said that what she said is false doesn't mean that it's false. And also, anybody can say something is false. Until you actually dive in and do your own research, no one really knows. So Candace actually did research on it. So anybody can say, yeah, her research is false. She's spreading conspiracy theories or misinformation. But who are you going to listen to? That's up
I'll
to you.
listen to the boss that fired her.
But just because her boss fired her doesn't mean that what she said isn't true.
Just because she did the investigation of what she thought was
Sounds like we have another beta male.
true doesn't mean it's true either. So any statement that you make towards Kamala, the same statement can go towards Trump. So
You're absolutely
Well,
correct,
well,
which is why you should do your own research.
Well, that's what I said. That it shouldn't.
let's
You
not
should make
quote
your
and
policy.
Wait, let
you haven't
Tanisha
done the
finish.
research yourself.
Wait, say that
That's
again.
why I said she posted the documents that she found, and you should at least take a minute to think about the things that she is saying and kind of consider, is something off here or something not right with the situation. I'm not saying you should just believe it just because she said it. That goes to the same thing with Ben Shapiro. Just because Ben Shapiro says something from his perspective doesn't mean that's how it went. There's a side A, a side B, and then there's a real side.
So how are you able to make an educated guess based on the things that you just said? Because we're in an era of AI, so anything that she could have put up there could have been doctored, could have been AI. If you physically didn't do the research on her background and don't have your own dissertation or cited work, then the answer that you're giving is just an opinion. It's not facts.
That goes
Can I ask
for
a question?
That can be said for every conversation and everything that we talk about.
That's correct.
Correct.
And I'm here for it because I'm about
Based
facts,
off of her
and not
mother.
assumptions.
Based off of her mother, because as we know, her mother was a single mother. Looking at her, looking at their background, do we really think that Kamala was raised in a black church? Keep it 1,000.
Absolutely not.
Why are we acting like we don't know she has faked every single aspect of herself since she has started running
1,000%.
for vice president with Joe Biden?
Wait, did she
We
say she
have
was
to-
raised in a black church?
That's what she said on the pulpit.
Oh, that's what she said?
She did.
Every Sunday, I don't think the whole clip that you just played,
No, it was a
played
long
a lot
She
of
did.
it, but
She
no,
said
she
she-
added extra context. Every Sunday, they would go to church, they would go down to the basement and eat Sunday dinner at the church and da-da-da-da-da. When, Kamala, your mother is an Indian woman. When?
Also, Trey.
Your
nonsense.
father, you never talk about him. We know he's a Marxist.
She's never
Do
talked about her
Marxists
father.
and
That's
Christians
true.
even have the same ideologies?
I was going to get to
Do
that.
y'all do this same research for Trump? Because
Oh my
I
God!
never hear you compare it.
Look! Stop! You see how they flip flop? They are so defensive of their candidate when you're giving when you're being provided facts. When you're being provided facts, and what Molly is giving are facts. Okay? They are facts. Then you have those that go into defense mode, offense mode, and like, well, y'all not saying the same thing about Trump. We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Kamala. Keep it there. This is about Kamala. If we want to get on Trump, then we'll get on Trump as well. Listen, this is
The two, right? If we're voting,
Trump is not an Indian woman.
but it
Why are we
doesn't
talking
matter.
about
Why?
Trump? We're
He's
talking
white.
about an
He's really
Indian
outwardly
woman.
white.
Y'all like to go back to the color.
He's
'cause y'all-
outwardly white. He
I'm not
doesn't
talking
lie
about
his
color.
race.
and you
Oh my.
suffer from self-hate. But the question that was talked about was based
What
on
is
the fact
self-hate?
of the words that was stated at the rally. And if you listen to when it happened, those words came out when she talked about abortion, when she talked about Roe versus Wade. I'm gonna need y'all to go back to
But she's
Okay.
in a pulpit.
where there is context clues that you missed before y'all make disrespectful statements on my soon-to-be president of the United States of America.
Can
Stop
anybody?
judging me.
Can anybody?
Question, and then when you do it, I'm gonna need you to spin the block and do the same comparison to Trump, because no.
Anybody that's watching, did anyone hear anyone make any disrespectful statements on Kamala? Maybe I missed something. I didn't hear any disrespectful statements. But okay, let's keep playing.
No one will ever.
No. Why
I'll
can
give
we
you-
never
I'll
have
give
a
you
conversation about
500
Kamala
dollars.
Harris without
Because
adding
Because you
Kamala
had two people running
God.
for
Tonight,
presidency
okay?
and you
I
only
know.
dogged one.
It's an
Bring
A
Trump
versus
up
B
too.
comparison.
Compare
No,
Trump
this
and
is
his
this
religion.
conversation is not
Because
about
he
Trump.
told a
Trump
group
was
of
not in
Christians
that highlight
that,
that you just
that
showed.
he's not
Because this
Christian
show
to
never
vote
showed
for
Trump
him.
highlights.
Trump is not running
Trump
off of
stole the
being.
Bible.
Trump is not
We
running
know
off of
Trump
being a
is a
black
white
president.
man. We don't know that Kamala is a black
Kamala
man.
We
is.
have discussed. Wait.
Hold on, y'all.
Kamala-
We gotta do one mic though. But I do agree with Jamisha. These topics were definitely I picked them out. Granted. But I think we're so focused on finding stuff wrong with Kamala. We don't find nothing wrong with Trump.
Exactly.
You know what?
There's plenty wrong with Trump.
Hold on, I'm not saying Trump is wrong with Trump. I'm saying Kamala is right.
We already know that.
That's a fact.
Let me just say this.
Exactly.
Me personally, I find something wrong with both of them because I think both of them have issues. Both of them are idiots. But with that being said, your question was
She's got
about
20 years of experience. She's a graduate from Harvard. You definitely should watch your mouth when you talk about her. That's so hidden. How is she an idiot?
She
Excuse
smashed.
me.
I
She
identify
smashed
as an Indian woman.
She has a degree in her experience. How is she an idiot if she's
Agreed,
vice
thank you,
president of the
Flora.
United States, which is the second
I'll let
highest
you finish.
position?
How did she get there?
At the end
How
of
did
the
she
day,
get there?
y'all can have
I'll
your
let
own
you
opinion.
finish. Hold on.
Y'all should have a little bit of respect, especially being
Hey,
a black
you
woman.
still not a black woman.
You're a black woman. Have some
What's going on, friends?
I don't even got my baby clip. I deleted it by accident. So I don't have my
I'll
baby
let you finish because
We gotta do one mic. Jamisha, you have a point. We gotta do one mic, then you can go. So Val first, then Jamisha. Because I can't hear all y'all's points. They can't hear it in the either. Not the I mean
Thank you. I appreciate it. My point is that you asked a question about Kamala. So that's why we were answering about Kamala. The question wasn't about Donald Trump. So that's why we were answering and making comments about Kamala. If you want to pose a question about Donald Trump, I'm sure we all can find some issues with Donald Trump as well.
Thank you.
For calling someone
You can go ahead,
you
Jamisha.
can't pronounce her name. It's Kamala. Kamala.
Kamala's a Hindu name.
Wait, Jamisha gotta go first. Hold on, yeah, Jamisha. Val, you
Kamala.
muted now. Val, you muted yourself.
Kamala's
I'm
even a
just
Hindu
saying,
name.
she
She's
sounds
not.
very hostile and she sounds like she's taking it personal. It's okay, calm down.
Kamala. I've been saying it wrong too. My bad, y'all. Kamala. Jamisha, do you want to
We
rebuttal?
know
what
who
you
you're
said?
talking about.
Yes, I think the important matter is at the end of the day, she's still a woman, and we get up here and have these conversations. You could be as disrespectful as you want, but to call somebody out their name, to not bring to the facts that there are two people running for this position to hold the highest power in the United States of America, she's the only one that gets dragged. The same stuff that you talk about with her, you never come up and pull up about Trump. The shit that Trump does is egregious, but y'all sit up here and act like he doesn't do anything. And I just want to remind y'all, at the end of the day, everybody up here is a person of color. And you should be ashamed of yourself when you continue to judge this woman.
All right, here's what I don't like. I don't like this at all. This person of color, this people of color, even our own are accepting this. I don't understand why are people saying this. It's ridiculous. People of color. You're putting white people on a pedestal. You're saying white people and people of color. Now, I have conducted a social experiment and I asked a Caucasian person, is white a color? You know what the answer was? Yes. Then why are people saying white people and people of color? That makes no logical sense to me. And then our own are buying into this. People of color, people of color, people of color. Then white is not a color? What is going on with us? Are we that divided? Are we so far out in a stratosphere that we can't come back? What is going on, people? Help me to understand what is happening to mankind. People of color. I've heard it on the news. White people and people of color. What?
on what you think she is or what she ain't is. None of that matters when it comes to the position that she's running for.
I know.
None of that matters when it's the seat. It's the work that she does. No matter what color she is, because we done sat here with presidents have been white across the board, which is no representation of any of us. It's okay. But y'all have a lot of self-hate when you disrespect this woman.
It doesn't matter what color she is. When we had white presidents, you see what I'm saying? Then riddle me this: is white a color? Why are we separating white and people? I'm gonna try not to lose my sanity, Steven. Thank you for joining. I see the thinker is in the chat, so hopefully he's still watching. I'm gonna try not to lose my sanity. Had to regenerate some brain cells from the last podcast, and now my brain cells right now are arguing with me like, dude, what are you doing? And I'm talking to them in my own way, trying to keep them their sanity in check, right? Steven says, I agree, Christ is King of Kings, Lords of Lords. Look, wherever you stand, because I'm trying to make sense of this, because I'm pretty sure that I can ask, and I think Trey said earlier that Kamala is Christian. I think he said that earlier. If she's Christian, then why would you dismiss that? If the only thing the two guys that said in the crowd that Christ is Lord, Christ is King, then why would you dismiss it? I don't get that. I would definitely say yes, Christ is King. You're 100% correct, and then keep it moving. Unless let's say if they were Trump supporters, okay? By them making that one statement, everyone in the room should acknowledge that if they're Christians. Well, I can't say everyone in the room are Christians. I can't say that. But, if you are a Christian and you were in that space at that time, thumbs up. Yep, Christ is Lord. Christ is King. Okay, cool. There was nothing else, according to their interview on Fox News, there was nothing else that they said. They just said Christ was King. Christ is Lord. And then they were getting, pointed to the door. It was just interesting. I don't understand that. Oops. What did I do? I think I missed my screen up there, but I'll fix it later.
And don't give her respect for the work and the history and the information that she. Come on, y'all.
You said no matter what color she is, but then you just said we all self-hate ourselves.
I'll speak to my.
You do.
You just said we all self-hate.
You do.
How do we self-hate ourselves?
Because she's a person of color. You're still a person.
What does that have to do with us?
That doesn't mean anything. That's being racist in your own mind.
That's the problem. That's not me being racist.
Wait, but Tanisha, do you think
you are because you want us to vote based on?
I never said to vote any certain way. I'm telling you to put some respect on her name, like y'all have some common sense. The word idiot is disrespectful to a woman that is the vice president of the United States of America. Calling someone an idiot who's graduated from Harvard is mad disrespectful. Calling someone an idiot that has a law degree is crazy.
But you call Trump an idiot, though.
Have associates or whatever you have, a GED. Don't disrespect my vice president.
But Trump's an idiot.
Correct.
Jamisha, do you care about the amount of children and women that have been?
You guys see what's happening here? She went after Valsara because she said they're both an idiot, right? But she defended Kamala, but she didn't come back and say, hey, don't call Trump an idiot. Don't be calling anyone an idiot. She only said, don't be calling my president an idiot. Are we divided, people?
Raped, kidnapped, stolen at the border because of Kamala, the little girls that have been getting murdered, because of the criminals that have not been being vetted, because of Kamala.
That's
Why
not
are we
true.
so
How many
focused on
times
her
do you-
skin color?
how
She
many
has so
times
much
do you
blood
come
on
up
her
here with the
hands.
same narrative?
And I do not identify with the Indian woman. I'm not an Indian woman.
But
Black
but
woman.
you come with the same narrative, and every time. Didn't last week y'all got educated on the responsibilities of a VP? Go
Not
ahead and
from
go back
you.
and read that, right?
From
So then at
Anton.
the same time, here we go. President Trump was president for 4 years. Why don't y'all check and balance what he did and didn't
Did
do?
you vote for Kamala Harris to
Exactly.
be the Democratic
Exactly.
representation for president?
What I
Yes or
did is
no?
I voted for
Did
Biden.
you vote for
and what
Kamala
they
Harris
did
to
is-
be the
what they
Democratic
did is she
nominee
still got
this
nominated.
term?
Did
Yes
you
or
watch
no?
the DNC?
No, you did not. Nobody did.
Did-
Y'all are
She
forced
didn't get nominated.
to
She didn't
defend
get
her.
nominated.
No, she did not get
Nominated.
nominated
Y'all are forced to defend
appropriately.
her. Y'all did
She
not
did not.
choose. Y'all did not have a choice.
Again,
She did not.
civics
Sir,
101
y'all
is
are
very
sitting here
important for
defending
y'all
a
if you
woman
wanna be
who
up
does
here
not have
debating.
y'all best.
All right, lady, then you need to go back to school. When it comes to civics, she did not appropriately get nominated at all. I don't care how you guys spin it, how you guys downplay it. I can't believe who nominated her? Okay, go ahead. Because we need to understand Biden was on the ticket. I don't know how they was able to get him to step down. And I don't know what it was. But the narrative was that, hey, something's wrong with Biden. Because a lot of people were concerned about, when he, does his interviews and he's talking and he's stuttering or he's murmuring certain things. He's falling asleep during press conferences and stuff like that. He's stumbling over himself. So I don't know how they were able to get him to get off the ticket and then put Kamala on. She did not get nominated the correct way. She did not. And then she stood up on that stage and said, "Oh, I accept your nomination for president of the United States." Let's keep it.
Interest in
Keep going.
her.
Molly, would you?
Sorry, she does not.
Molly, would you say
She does
the
not
same
qualify.
about Trump?
I'm with you, Molly.
I'm not talking about Trump. No.
I know because it's
Today.
convenient for you. Because it's convenient for you.
No, the
I know you won't talk about
conversation is Kamala Harris
It always
preaches
is about Kamala
after
Harris on this
rejecting
platform.
Jesus.
It always is about Kamala.
They can't even stay on
Because
topic.
it is about Kamala. Read the highlights.
Yes,
Read the highlights.
it's
Let me
about
ask you a
Kamala.
question. What do y'all really know about Kamala Harris? Because I know a family personally that her family enslaved.
This is funny.
Well, we know Jamisha doesn't know anything about Kamala, but she keeps saying she graduated from Harvard. When
She graduated from
not.
Howard. She graduated from
Exactly.
Howard.
HBCU.
You got
that's
it
what
done.
we just
Get
said.
out of here.
Facts.
Get the fuck out of here.
She graduated from Howard.
That's my bad. 2 8.
Secondly, I just want to point out too that I was the one that
Harvard is
called
up here
Kamala.
and Howard's down here.
I just want to point out that I wasn't the one that called Kamala an idiot, but then you went out of your way to insult my education after you just said we shouldn't insult a woman of color who's a woman's education.
I insulted everybody's education.
No, you specifically said your little masters or you said your little associates or GED. That's what you
Right.
said.
I'm talking to everybody.
It was directed at me.
I have
No,
more
I'm
than a
looking at
little
you,
associate's
but
or
I'm
GED
directing it to
thing.
everybody.
Back to the question though that was originally stated, I think for me it's more about who comes across as genuine and disingenuous. I don't think Trump has ever hid who he is. He's very
I agree.
who he is. Be it an asshole, be it a blunt person, be it a businessman. Kamala, she just come across really, really fake. And in the second, where she was in the church, the second clip, like it almost sounded like to me she was reading some literature out of a book that maybe we had to read in 8th grade sometime somewhere. Because it sounded like very storybook or novelish. It didn't sound like no kind of spirituality was infused
What you guys
in that
think?
text, in that comment or anything like that. So if that's not what her arena is and she's not comfortable, then she probably doesn't need to show up there. Because I haven't seen too many clips of Trump being in the church trying to talk to the people.
Kamala knows absolutely nothing about being in a black church.
So
It's all
she,
fake.
she just don't come across genuine, like as far as her accomplishments. and her
All of a sudden, she
education,
shows up in a black church.
Absolutely nothing about being in a black church.
But she might have
Only when it only when it convenience them. Just keep in mind. Keep in mind, these individuals, these candidates, only show up when it conveniences them. It's facts. When they need your vote, it's like showing up at a funeral. You have a family, you know, you haven't seen them in like ages or whatever, but then when someone passes in the family, everyone wants to show up at a funeral. Hey, we don't need to be doing this. We need to have more family reunions. We need to get together. We need to, you know, continue to call each other. Make sure, you know, everybody's doing well. Don't do that really anymore. But when someone passes, people want to show up at the funeral, do their little teary eyes and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then they go their ways. Same here with politics. They show up at freaking restaurants, churches, and all these other places. You've never seen these people before. And then when they get your vote, and they get the seat, you will never hear from these people ever again. They may show up on TV talking about this, and that, blah, blah, blah. These people...
To show me a history of Kamala being in a black church prior to this election.
Y'all think Trump is genuine?
Yeah.
You see how they switch it? You see how they switch it? That's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about Trump. We're gonna get the Trump. I wish I was on these panels, man. Oh my goodness. Let's just stay on topic. Just stay on topic. And this goes to Q because she started this. She threw Trump in the mix, and now you got everybody going at each other. This was about Kamala. You showed a clip about Kamala speaking at a rally. Then a clip about her, you know, with her speaking in the church. Why are we talking about Trump?
Kamala is disingenuous when Trump is saying that people are eating dogs. Like the level is like you guys want to handle Trump with kid gloves. He said they're eating dogs, they're eating cats, they're eating the pets.
But that's
Bro, that's what they was reporting in Ohio at the time.
To that comment, because if we're gonna say that Trump is an asshole, that comment is an asshole comment. So that still speaks to his character. Kamala goes, she changed her accent.
No, but that's a liar. That's a liar. That's a liar.
Kamala is a liar.
Then perfect.
He came out the gate lying saying she was black.
Then why are you complaining about Kamala being a liar when Trump's a liar too?
Stop bringing Trump.
I'm not complaining about it.
Holly, I know these facts are true.
Listen.
I'm sorry.
We gotta do one mic, bro. We gotta do one mic.
Listen, anytime you completely lying about your entire background, your entire history, and your entire identity, that's a totally different ball game than somebody saying, oh, they're eating dogs because that's what they was reporting on TV and on social media. Kamala's entire background, I can give y'all her entire lineage right now. Her grandfather, her grandfather's father, her grandfather's father, all the way back up to Hamilton Brown.
Hey, how about you give that to Candace Owens and she'll give you $100,000? She said that.
Yeah.
I'm not
I know
kidding.
her background very
kidding.
well. I know her background
I'm not
very
kidding.
well.
She said anyone who can map out her lineage, she'll give them $100,000. So maybe you should go talk.
Like the stories that everybody is saying about her background is 1,000% true. She comes from a communist and Marxist family. This cannot be refuted.
Okay.
This cannot be refuted. The only reason why she has a brown hue to her skin is because her ancestors was mixing with Hindu women, not an African woman, not a Jamaican African woman. And Jamaican does not mean black.
So could you cite that somewhere? Like, could you cite these sources to where I could like read it and make sure it's accredited and vetted?
You say, can I cite the sources?
Correct.
Well, you said it can't be refuted, so.
Listen. Kamala has gone above and beyond to keep her background hidden from the general public. But if you dig deep enough, you'll find out who she really is. But she has definitely gone up. She's definitely taken the steps and the measures.
Dude, I don't like Kamala, but that argument is horrible.
So can you cite the source? Like I like the just say so story. Like just believe me, bro. But like, can you give me something I can read?
I mean, why can't you cite the source on the candidate that you're supporting yourself? Why do we know?
I can send you material.
Do one mic.
the burden of proof is not upon me. You guys
It is
made
if
these
you're
claims.
supporting her.
No, it's not. You guys made these claims, so cite your source.
No.
If you can't, then be
We
quiet.
don't-
It's pretty
We
simple.
don't care about Kamala.
Then why you keep bringing her up?
Listen, the title is about her.
So then who cares about her?
The
The
question.
title. We're having a
You're the only
conversation.
one that won't talk. You keep wanting to talk about her.
But
Isn't
the
that
question, the question is
I really
literally.
joined the panel for
question
we don't
is
wanna
literally
talk
about
about
Kamala,
that.
dude.
exactly?
Why haven't you seen her father entire campaign?
Maybe you should
Cite a source. That's all I'm
No, I'm
asking.
asking you a question. Why have not you seen Donald Harris her entire
Why haven't
campaign?
I seen Melania at any of Trump's rallies?
He
I
was.
don't
She was
know.
at the dinner the other night. Shut
You
up.
talking
I haven't
about?
seen her.
Why have not you
I haven't
seen
seen
one person from the Harris family
Wait, I
her
haven't
entire campaign?
Wait, I thought she was raised by a single mom. Wasn't she?
That's what
She
she
wasn't.
says.
That's what she
You
said.
ain't gonna call it back. She been raised by a single mom.
She wasn't.
Oh, she wasn't. She
Donald
was raised by
Harris
a gay
is-
too.
If these things are matter of fact, then nobody should have a problem citing it.
Okay, so let's just say she becomes a liar. Okay, she lied about her background. Okay,
She becomes
Trump's
a liar?
She's a liar. Woo! They're both liars. Now what?
Listen, comparing Trump saying they're eating dogs, okay?
Mhm.
Because that's
Is
what
that
the
what you think he's lied about?
hold
Right.
on, that's what y'all just quoted. But
Oh,
saying
I
that-
It's one of the many.
just comparing that to a person changing their entire identity.
Allegedly.
That's
You
not,
have to
it's,
cite the
it's not an alleged
I
thing,
can
bro.
prove to you that Trump said they're eating dogs. You can't prove to me what you're saying about Kamala.
I can prove to you. I can't send you a website link, but I got material that I can send to your email or whatever.
Candace, and
I-
get your money, my guy.
You understand what I'm saying?
I
But it's
get
not.
it.
It's not like.
kidding.
It's not like something you can www dot. No,
That's
but if you dig deep into the family, into the Iris Finnegan family, and into the Harris family, it'll take you back to Brownstown, which is her ancestor is Hamilton Brown, who was a slave owner who owned almost 1,200 slaves in Jamaica. This is a fact. Her family comes from England Masons. This is a
What's your
fact.
name? I'm gonna email
Yes.
Candace.
Hey, if you're breaking news on the Anton Daniels podcast, then that's wonderful. But
No, this is
until I
not
can
breaking
see
news.
this-
Kamala's sworn
All
in.
right, yeah, you're right. She hails from African descent. You're right.
I'm not
She
saying
swore into
just
office as an Indian woman.
You're right.
Way
bro.
before she started running for president, vice
Right,
versa.
You're right, bro.
dinosaurs.
Right.
She was a senator.
Her
She
peoples
was
was
an
in the slave
Indian
trade.
woman.
You're right, bro.
Yeah.
You're right.
Now she's black
You're right.
because it's convenient.
Her peoples was in the slave trade.
This is
You're
the
right.
thing, though. Molly, you can't be upset about what's convenient when you want to dodge conversation when it's convenient for you. You don't want to talk about Trump
I'm not
and the
running
wall.
as
I-
a
now you're
president. I'm
interrupting
not
me. I'm
running
just
for
asking you a
president.
quick
I'm not
question.
running to be our president.
Molly.
It's not about me. You
It
are about
is-
to
Molly,
vote for a
Molly, give me
complete
a moment.
liar. You don't even know the woman that y'all are supporting. Y'all don't know her.
You don't
Y'all
know.
are fighting for her so hard because she's a woman of color.
Molly, one
That's
second.
that's
second.
all.
One
Did
second.
she? Did
Not for what she
she?
did and her political background. Not for what she did when anything she did before she was even running for office. Y'all have nothing to
Did she
talk
not?
about.
Did she not falsely convict Jamal Truelove? Yes or no?
What'd you say, brother?
She absolutely
Did she not falsely convict Jamal Truelove and hide the evidence of his to free him from the trial? Yes or no?
I'd have to look into it.
Look
You
into
don't know
it.
anything about her.
Look into it. That's public knowledge. That's public knowledge. Jamal Truelove sued her for $13.2 million and he won the case because she locked him up, sentenced him to prison for life, and hid the DNA evidence that would have freed him of his freedom. The only reason why he got out of prison was because his family took it to the news station and it forced her to present the DNA evidence to the judge, and that's how he got his freedom.
I don't
Go
trust
look it up.
nobody from Baltimore.
Well, how long ago was this? How long ago was this?
This is recent. You can go look it up right now.
You said he went.
Wait. Does it matter how long ago it was?
No, it's just listen. I don't know
Hey,
too much about.
I'm not from Baltimore, bro. I'm from Ghana.
I don't know too much about politics, but it's like Trump's a liar, Kamala's a liar, but we're like so.
Why are we talking about Trump if the subject at the bottom says Kamala Harris preaching?
Jamista.
You're
Hey,
right.
guilty here too.
We're always talking about Kamala's a liar, 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 but guess what? Trump's a liar too. So what else? Like
That's
what
not-
else?
Wait. You just did it again. I said, why are we talking about Kamala? Why are we talking about Trump? If the bottom, me coming in, as a person that's just observing, sees that the subject at the bottom says Kamala Harris, why is it that anytime anybody holds her accountable or we have a conversation about her, the default is to say, well, he does it. What are we in third grade?
No, I just don't understand these conversations regarding or pinpointing she's a liar, he's a liar, he's this, he's
But
this.
Q,
he's
you
this. It's
brought
like,
it up.
I think they're both.
Oh my goodness.
regarding criminals.
See, this is what accountability, responsibility, accountability. Q, you are the one you interjected it into the conversation, and no one is going after her. She asked the question. Well, do you guys think Trump is fake? She literally asked the question, and no one on the panel has went out the Q. And now she's saying, I don't understand these conversations about this, and this. You asked the question. That's why we are here in this moment. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And Anton is right. We've been saying this earlier. It's about Kamala. It says Kamala Harris preaches after rejecting Jesus. It has nothing to do with Trump. There's a comma after Jesus. Trump is nowhere in there at all, period. I don't understand. The topic is about Kamala. Going to the chat. Is ignorance. If we are enlightened, our thoughts or reasoning become vivid. They have been told they never belong, and so they got to fight for their belonging. Majority of people will always rely on legacy media to speak. Here's my thing. Stay on topic. Thanks, Stephen, for responding in the chat. Stay on topic. Gaming reactions is just not about gaming. I react to other things as well. And this is just another one of those reactions. Look, stay on topic. This has become a mess, and no one has really, stepped up to take him of this. Now you have Anton Daniels coming in, I guess to, gain control of what's being discussed here. And he's right. I mean, the topic is about Kamala Harris, not about Trump. And again, like he said, why is there a default? Why is there a default? Earlier on, they come in. Some of these people come in and say, "Well, y'all always talking about Kamala. Y'all always talking about Kamala." Dude, it's in the title. Then you shouldn't even say anything then. I mean, you have no argument. It's clearly in the title. Y'all always talking about Kamala. Then why are you on the panel? Then why are you here? That makes no sense to me.
Honestly.
But
Again, we still going back to, y'all still not answering the question. Why
the
is
question, it came when we were talking about Kamala, and I made my statement about how I felt like she was being disingenuous in her comment when she was in the pulpit. And then I think, is it Troy? I can't see my Trey. And then Trey, he mentioned that, Trump is a liar, and so what would be probably the difference in that regard.
sounds like instead of actually,
Kamala just comes around.
so it sounds like instead of actually addressing the subject, Trey chose to do what every other Democrat does on a regular basis, which is to bring something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about as far as holding one person accountable. When I was coming up and I would get in trouble, my parents taught us to stop focusing on what everybody else is doing. Because if I say, well, everybody else skipped class, that doesn't absolve me from being responsible, and I have to address what we're talking about. And so we have to address what we're talking about. Your case is not going to be any stronger because you're saying, well, what about him too? That's a completely separate conversation. Even with my wife, like if we having a conversation and she's saying, well, if you felt that way, then you should have brought that up before I brought up what you're doing. We're going to focus on you right now. So the question is, or I guess I'm not sure what the question is because it's on question mark.
I got a question.
The fact that
do I feel like she's a genuine person?
I personally think that she's a chameleon. I don't most people knows that she's a chameleon, and we don't give ourselves enough credit for being able to spot when we see it. Another thing is it's absolutely disrespectful for her to go up on a pulpit in the black church, which is one of the reasons why people are walking away from the church in the first place. It's disrespectful for these pastors to be having political candidates in their pulpits in the first place. I respect their opinion on who they're voting for and what they're voting for, but to leverage the pulpit of God to ultimately advocate for a candidate, I don't care what your connection is. That is a sacred place, especially for a woman like that walked in a pride parade, especially for a woman like that just did what she did. And I almost think that it was planned for her to go on that pulpit and to do it as a indirect response to what she did at that rally when she silenced the people that said that Jesus is Lord. And so again, I don't trust her. I think that she a chameleon. I don't trust a lot of people. I could disagree with somebody, but still find common ground on something that we agree with that's in the best interest of everybody. I don't trust her at all.
Me neither.
Because any person that just blatantly disrespects the very core thing that I stand on, I can't rock with them. I just can't.
And I think those are like all valid points. And I think the thing where I get lost here is if you think Kamala is a chameleon, I'm fine with that. But I think the bigger point is that politicians are chameleons. So that's why I think your point becomes, I think that's where your point becomes sort of moot. When Molly's
How does his point become mute?
What happened
He's
with
talking about
the border, this, and this? Well, who preceded these issues at the border? Why don't you want to talk about that? So would you assess the same blame to the guy that said, I'm going to build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for it,
he's
and
doing
then
it
never
again.
does it? But it's really convenient to say, oh, no, I don't want to talk about that.
Who said it out? We can talk about
Yeah,
it.
no one said it.
Molly said we can't talk about it.
Listen. First of all, Molly is her own person. You talking to me.
Okay, but no, I'm talking about
Molly can defend herself. She's just
No, she chose not to.
Why are you still talking about Molly? You talking to me?
Because you jumped into our conversation.
No, I jumped onto my panel to discuss what subject I
Into the conversation to where you had to ask what was going on.
No, I didn't. I was asking why y'all would keep talking about something that's not at the bottom of the screen.
Because you didn't understand the conversation. That's all
No, I
I'm saying.
understand it. I just wanted to show you rhetorically why y'all disingenuous and can having these conversations about Kamala Harris when you are supposed or having this conversation about Trump when he's not even at the bottom of the screen as far as the subject that we're talking about.
Trump is
when you substantiate your argument, substantiate it based off of what you know, not what you're proposing that other people include into it that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I agree, and that's why I asked people on the panel to cite their sources.
No, we're not gonna cite no sources. This is not. Listen. We just gonna have a straight up conversation. Ain't nobody about to be going through and cite no sources. We know enough about this to be able to have a genuine conversation without you trying to filibuster and tell people to go and cite their sources. It's not necessary.
You're doing the majority of the talking. You're telling me that I'm filibustering.
Absolutely, I'm doing the majority of the talking.
Okay.
You're doing a majority of the responding. So you're doing a majority of the responding, and then you're trying to include Molly into it because you can't stand on it by yourself. But what I'm asking you is, why don't you address the issues that because she's been in the White House for the last 3.5 years, and so the question then becomes, why don't you hold her accountable? Is there anything that you've ever held her accountable for? Or are you just going to keep simping out for her?
It's not simping out. This is the thing. This is an A versus B conversation. This is an echo chamber where you continue to just focus on Kamala. If you want to
have an echo chamber, then you wouldn't be here.
Look at 90% of the people watching this are.
If it was an echo, stop watching the chat and focus on the conversation. If it's an echo chamber, you wouldn't be here. Niche, you wouldn't be here. And a lot of
let's just say this to be clear. Q sent out a little thing on Instagram asking for Kamala people. So.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. No, 100%.
The other one's not showing up.
No, wait.
You don't focus on everybody else. Substantiate your own argument. Listen, I don't care where I go. I just came from hostile territory, and I still on my own.
That's all.
So I don't care where I go. I don't pay attention to the chat. I stand on what I believe in. So forget the echo chamber. Just stand on what you believe in. Is it anything in particular that you don't like about her? Or do you support everything that she does?
No, I don't support everything that she does.
So what don't you like about her?
I probably not on board with fracking.
Well, I don't know. She flip flopped both times, so we don't know where she stands on the issue.
Well, there you go. I answered your question. I told you
You don't like the fact that she flip flop, or you don't like her position on fracking?
her position on fracking, that she is
What is
willing
her
to
position on
frack,
fracking?
that she is down to frack, that she is willing to frack.
Today she is. Yesterday she wasn't. Which
Correct.
substantiates my argument. We don't know who the fuck she is and what she stand on no issue.
Well,
You literally just proved my point.
no,
Yes,
your point
yes,
was
yes,
that wasn't
yes.
your point. That wasn't your point.
Yes,
Your
yes,
point
it
was
is.
to ask me
My
what I
original-
disagree with her
My
on. I
original
told you I
point
disagree with
is
her.
that she's fake and she shifts according to whatever it is that she thinks that people want to hear. On a CNN panel, she said that she was against fracking. Then today, because she's trying to win Pennsylvania, she said that she's okay with fracking. Who is this woman that you support?
This is the thing. Anton, do politicians not shift and move?
Oh, come
talking
on.
points?
No.
Look.
Move the goalpost.
See, people, Trey, do you not understand what he's saying? He believes Kamala is a chameleon. That's what chameleons do. They change. They change. So he made his point. So he asked you a basic, simple question. What is something that you don't agree with Kamala on? He says, oh, fracking. Okay? And then he says, okay, one day, well, a lot of us don't understand where she lies when it comes to fracking. One day she's against fracking, one day she's for fracking. So he made his point. I don't think the guy understands what he's...
Because it's
Talking
inconvenient.
about
Right.
Kamala Harris is the one that's running for president of the United States of America.
She's not running against herself.
Question is,
Mhm.
do you like her? And then why don't you hold her accountable for the very thing that you just said that she do wrong?
Your initial question was, what is something
don't
that I
even know what she
disagree with?
said.
Your initial question was, what is something that I disagree with? I told you fracking. I answered your question. Now, if you want to move the goalpost, then we can do that.
But it's not moving the goalpost.
It
We don't know where
actually
she-
is.
No, it's
we don't
not.
know where she stands
No,
on the
it's
issue.
not.
No, we do.
Because
know
he's
where
still
she
talking
stands.
about
Because she
fracking. It's
said-
not moving the goalpost.
What was her most recent statement?
Oh, we going about just the most recent one. So we don't include the past two? Is that all I'm asking?
But Anton,
You
you're
got
not even sitting in your own theory because
Sitting
you're
in your
not
own
sitting in your
theory.
own theory. I don't understand
That's not a theory.
how you don't understand that if there are two people running for this position, why can't you compare the two when these general questions are being asked? Why can't you do that? Think about the court of law when paralegals have to use research to be able to relate it to something. So if they have done identical things with different responses, why can't they be compared? You never bring up anything about Trump when it's under the same conversation. We
No,
talk
it's
about
not.
Christianity. Y'all
That's
never
not-
answer the question on why y'all cool with him creating a book, the Bible, with Trump on it. If you're a true Christian and you believe in Christianity, why is that okay for him to do
I
that?
didn't say that it was. I disagree.
I'm okay.
No, let's get to it. Okay, so
Y'all
now
can say.
I disagree with that thing that he did. Now what?
Thank you. I want to hear that. I never get to hear
What
that.
does that have to do with holding?
Because it
Trump?
makes a point that there are different viewpoints based on these candidates.
No,
all the
it
time we're
makes
up
the
here,
point that it
Kamala
shows
is
that
dragged
y'all are not
when we
objective
can't
enough.
bring up the same situation that Trump has done, that she's done,
Oh,
but y'all
my
only look at how she
I
reacts.
don't think I can do
And
another one of these.
I
guys.
admitted that I don't agree with that.
This
And
is
here's the beautiful part about
ridiculous.
it. I don't agree with 100% of anything that anybody says, including him. But I agree with the majority of what he stands on. Here's the difference between you and I, is that y'all inability to be objective. And you're caping so hard, and I don't even think that y'all even like her like that. I think that y'all dislike Trump so much that y'all cape so hard for her that y'all not even able to be objective when you obviously see that she's doing wrong shit. That she obviously a chameleon, and she obviously flip-flop on issues. We don't have to agree on everything on a political candidate, but most people can't even justify why they like her without mentioning Trump, which shows you that they don't really like her. They just don't want to vote for him.
100% true. I ask you a basic question. What do you like by Kamala Harris? Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that. What does Trump has to do with the question? What does Trump has to do with the question? Did I ask you what do you not like about Trump? I guarantee you, if he was to ask that question to the panel, these Trumps, man, these Kamalas, Kamalas, I like that. Kamala, they will go at it. Oh, just they will answer the question. I guarantee you. If Anton asks, what do you not like about Trump? Every Kamala supporter on this panel will answer the question. I guarantee you.
That's the difference. When I vote for Trump, it ain't because I don't like Kamala. It's because I think that Trump represents the best interests of America. When y'all vote for Kamala, most of the people that say that they vote for Kamala is saying that they don't want to vote for Trump.
But how can you make that statement when he wants to get rid of the Constitution?
Oh my!
What are we talking about?
What are we doing? That's moving the goalposts. That's moving the goalposts.
That really doesn't care about you.
I asked a question and you're moving the goalposts.
Thank you. That's moving the goalposts.
Do you like
her? Accountable.
Here's my question. Since y'all just keep on Trump. Here's my question.
I thought you wanted to debate, Anton.
No,
that's not a debate. That's not debating anything.
Do you like her or do you dislike Trump?
I like her.
Do you dislike Trump?
Because of everything that she has done thus far in representing who she is as a woman, her background, yes, where she graduated.
Let's stop at the first point. What has she done to represent herself as a woman?
Again, like I said, she speaks truth to power. She stands on her platform. I am big on women's rights. She's big on women's rights. That's important. That's something I relate to.
You haven't told us what she's done.
That's something that she's done. She's going around and she's having conversations and she's doing the work to make sure that we can preserve women's rights.
In 40-something years, she's been a politician. What has she done? Give me the boom, 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 boom.
Y'all do this stuff all the time.
No, you can't answer. You can't answer. Oh my. If anybody watching that has good sense, has common sense, anybody who's watching that understands, who gets it, it's very basic and simple. When you make a statement, stating all the work that she has done, or all the work that he should done, you should know what that work is, right? You should know what that work is, right? And then she says, oh, y'all do this every panel. You see, they deflect because they don't know. They don't know. They vote for these candidates blindly and do not follow them at all. Do not follow them at all until the next 4 years. They want to sit up and listen to that word salad and get, oh, she has my vote or he has my vote, but don't follow the candidate throughout their candidacy. Whatsoever. Don't know the candidate from a can of pork and beans. Don't know the candidate if it was presented in front of their face. Have no clue. And this, people, we need to wake up, man. We need to wake up. Wake up, people. How can you vote for somebody and you don't even know the person? You don't even know their background, their history, where they come from. Whatsoever. It's mind-boggling. It's appalling. That's why I love politics. I love politics. Let me introduce myself to you guys. I def into politics because I want to know what it's about. So when I have a candidate, there hasn't been one candidate that can stand. Oh my my brain cells hurt. My brain hurt. Oh my god. Maybe I'm creating my own headaches. I don't know if I can do another one of these. This right here is just, oh my goodness, the deflection. I can't even get my own words out. I can't even put my own thoughts together to make it make sense. I can't. I'm scared, man. I am so freaking scared that I may just walk upstairs at the end of the stream and I just go crazy. And my wife is just asking me, what's wrong with you, dude? I asked you what 1 + 1 is and you said 3. Are you okay? I asked you what the color of the sky is and you said green. But it's blue. Pat, are you okay? Do I need to call your doctor? Something's wrong. I don't. Steve says somebody is hacking my account again. Oh my goodness, I just got signed out of nowhere. Google is not secure at all, man. You have to do that that 2-step verification thing, man. I had to do that too because someone hacked into my account recently as well. And I've been getting random text messages as well. It's crazy, man. And I haven't clicked on anything. Like a lot of the stuff that comes in the junk mail that comes into my email, I just delete that stuff or I just ignore it, right? You got to be careful what you click on. And I had to freaking change my Google stuff, my Google password and all that, and then do the 2-step verification. So when I sign into my Google, they send you an email or they send you a message either via text, however you choose to do it. And then it asks you, is this you trying to sign into your Google account? And then I click yes, it's me. It gives you 2 options. It's not me or it is me. So I click on yes, it's me. And it's been working ever since. So you may want to take a look into that. So let's get back to this madness.
Nothing. The answer is nothing. She's done nothing.
All the time. Yes, she has.
Everything y'all telling me is theory. She likes pink. She likes the color red. She wears yellow on Tuesday. You're not told me nothing that this woman has done.
Love, if you did the research like you told us, if you go back and look at.
If you did the research like you told her. Well, he asked you basic, simple question, and you couldn't even give anything that she has done. So why are you...
At the research, she wasn't handling that case.
She didn't handle that case. I'll call Jamal True on her phone right now.
Please do it. She didn't handle that case. Google will help you.
What you want to put on it?
Do you feel like she's genuine?
Your IQ score.
What you want to put on it?
I just told you.
What you want to put on it? What you want to put on that Kamala had nothing that you say Kamala did not handle the Jamal True Love case, right?
Well, exactly. Right here it says that.
Okay.
She went to Google. She Googled.
So while he's doing that,
y'all have to stop doing just
She doing all this mess. She Googled it.
On screen.
I was just gonna say that. Google it.
But she could not tell anyone on the panel what Kamala has done. That's good. She wouldn't Google that case though, but she couldn't answer the question. You guys see this?
First, hold on. Let April go first and then Jasmine.
No, I was gonna say while he's looking that up, the Trey and the I can't see. I'm sorry, I'm on the phone.
Jamisha.
So do you all feel like how Kamala represents herself? She comes across genuine in how she does that.
I think.
Yes or no?
It's a yes or no question.
I'm sorry. I thought you asked me a question. I was going to answer
I think that's how
It's a yes or no question.
In other places with the conversation. I mean, because you did yes or no.
If
You didn't want to start with yes or no.
you ask me a question, you don't get to tell me how to answer it. No,
Yeah,
no.
because that's
It's a yes or no
You
question.
asked me a question, so I'd like to answer it for you. Can I do that?
Go ahead.
Thank
And
you.
let's see you do. And let's see you do. Please.
So you asked me, do I believe if Kamala is genuine? Is that correct?
And how she represents herself. Yes. Do you?
I think Kamala is as genuine as any other politician.
Okay. And Janisha?
Yes, I think she is.
Okay. Very direct, straight answer. Thank you. Anybody else like that?
I'm gonna say this though. I do like a good debate, right? I do, because I'm not privy on
This is
politics.
not a
I don't
debate,
know Kamala's
dude.
side,
This
I don't know
is-
Trump's side. So I like to hear both sides of what both parties bring, or what they're doing horrible. or what they're
You're
trying
you're
do,
trying to
or
cover
what they're
your.
both lying on.
You're
honestly,
trying to
because
cover
I'm not
yourself
too
because
privy
you
on it. I'm
interjected
learning
it
based
into
on
the
YouTube
conversation,
and
which the
morning
topic
shows.
was about
Y'all, I didn't know
Kamala,
about that case
not
that
about
Black Joe
Trump.
talked about, right? So some of y'all probably didn't know in the chat. So it's definitely good conversation.
I didn't know.
Yeah, see? Some of y'all learned some things in the chat about y'all probably didn't know about that case. Right? So anybody else want to address the topic before we go on to it? Go ahead, Jasmine.
I just wanted to go back to Molly's point about Google and how you can't trust Google for all your sources of information that's reliable. The same way Google is, the people post on Google. People are responsible for the articles that you read. They're people just as Candace Owens, as you mentioned earlier. How can you trust what she says?
Exactly.
Like, it's the same thing.
It's the same
You have
thing.
to
It is.
look at everything, not just Google, but you have to listen to people. You have to listen to people that you disagree with, and you have to find what makes sense. What is the common sense part? Because I can look up something right now, and then I can, if I want to, I can find an exact opposite argument, no matter what side it is. So you have to figure out where is the middle line, where is the common sense, what makes sense, and going back to your point about talking about Trump, Janisha, like he's not like a.
Just look up the actual case. I'm pretty sure it's public knowledge. Just look up the case itself. Don't go to Google and get someone else's opinion or some news outlet, blah, 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 blah. Look up the actual case itself. The actual case. It has everything that you need to know about that case and who oversaw that case. It's very simple.
Real Christian or whatever. But it goes back to policies. Like you just said, you support the women's rights policies, but as a Christian, I'm not going to vote for that. So that's just where we differ in. I don't know if you consider yourself a Christian or not, but because I know some people consider themselves Christians and then they have different views. And I was once probably where you were in my belief system, and I'm just not anymore.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I am a Christian, very spiritual. That fact about
You guys heard that, right? She says she's a Christian. She's a Christian. So the question I would have it if I was on the panel then, if you're Christian, are you for abortions?
Jamal Truelove came from a cited source of PolitiFact, and that's a well-known site that's used throughout politics. And then the other
PolitiFact
thing
is not.
Is I think the issue sometimes when it comes to Democrats.
PolitiFact is not really a reliable source because it can be. Look it up. I know what you're talking about.
And Republican viewpoints is that when you get lawmakers in Congress, they like to bunch all of this stuff together. So would it be convenient to remove
Most of it's
abortion
opinionated.
from the women's rights situation and literally break down every single right so that maybe the United States need to vote single issues? Because it does affect that if the media pushes that the main reason is to preserve women's rights is the abortion topic, that's going to cause a lot of feud, right? I'm pro-choice because I feel like my personal viewpoint should not be pushed on someone else. Would I get an abortion? No, but that's something that I'm not going to take away from somebody, but I'm someone that is a cancer survivor and I need my rights protected. Now that's no wrong to me, right? I've done no wrong
What
to
rights
nobody.
are you talking
I should
about?
not have to lose my protection for someone that has suffered from a disease
What
that I
rights are
believe
you
should be
talking
curable.
about? They keep
So
saying
that's
these
my
rights.
concern
What
on why
rights are
I
you
say
talking about?
about women's rights.
But Trump
When it comes to me
Trump
having
didn't
breast
take
cancer,
nobody's
I need
rights
Birth
away though.
Pro to regulate my body so that I don't continue to have issues. So if we could separate topics in Congress when we bring these bills up, I think it would be better. But since they're not, and they make it this way, it's hard for us to be able to agree on one law to be passed.
But Trump
Just
never
wanted to
took
say
women's rights
Roe v.
away from
Wade.
anything though.
I'm sorry. I just want to say,
No,
okay,
go ahead,
y'all
Mom,
keep
go ahead.
talking about Roe v. Wade. When initially Roe v. Wade was not even for, yes, it was about her getting an abortion, but it
was private.
Focused on her right to privacy. The abortion was like the situation she was trying to keep private, but it was about her amendment of having her privacy and not having the government intervening in what she had going on.
Go do your research.
It wasn't just about an abortion. That's just what they are always
And it stemmed from another
it was her
case
right
too.
for privacy. So all of this brainwashing about women's rights, that gotta go out the window.
And they're
Y'all really
using
need to
Roe
do y'all
v.
research.
Wade, and it's, oh man, they're using Roe v. Wade as a justification, like Anton Daniel was saying, to do abortions as a form of contraception. I think I said that right. As a form of contraception. These you can't sit in here and tell me that you going, it's a process, guys. From point A to point B, it's a process. You as a woman or as a man, you both get together and you decide that you want to have sex. Period. You're not suffering from any underlying conditions to not know that there's a possibility that she could get pregnant. You can't sit here and tell me that. It's a process. You know you're taking off your clothes. You know you're getting in the bed. You know you're about to do your thing. Whether you do it in a car, whether you do it in a club, whether you do it on a beach, you know, the man freaking knows, the woman knows you're not retarded. You're not suffering from any underlying condition not to know that there's a possibility that she's going to get pregnant. It's not a mistake. It's not. Because you know exactly what you're doing. Both of you. And then all of a sudden she gets pregnant. She tells the man, you guys know the process. I'm pregnant. Whether he decides that, hey, that's great. I'm happy, etc., etc. A woman would love to hear that. Yes. Oh, I thought you was gonna blah 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 blah. But if you're in a space where you know that you cannot take care of a child, both of you, mentally, physically, financially, and then the conversation becomes something else, I think we should get an abortion. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. And then they like to throw that word mistake around a lot. No, it's not a mistake. You guys knew exactly what you was doing. Stop. Communicate before you do it. And be like, dude, are you ready to take care of a child? Because there's a possibility that if we do this, I may get pregnant. You know what? I'm not in the best space right now to take care of a child. Me either. Okay, then go get protection. Go get some condoms. We got to protect ourselves so that we don't become a statistic. We don't end up in that space where we have to make that decision to abort the baby. Oh my goodness. And then on the last podcast, what was it, 2 days ago? There was one guy on there, he had no clue about Roe. He was talking about supporting Kamala Harris for reproductive freedoms for women. And he knew nothing about freaking Roe versus Wade. He didn't even know what year that it happened. He didn't know anything about the case, but yet you voting for reproductive freedoms for women? You can't make this up, man. This is so... I'm gonna go to the chat. Steve A said the source of information presented by them is shallow, to be honest. Dude, Google, Wikipedia, all this other stuff. Stop. I like to go to the horse themselves, the horse's mouth. I like to look up the actual case. Look at the actual case. I don't care about anything else outside of the case. What does it say? Who are the people that are listed on the actual freaking document that oversaw the case? The judge, the freaking lawyers, the DA, whoever it was. I'm just speaking in general here. It's public knowledge. It's public. Go search that. Forget Google and PolitiFacts and Wikipedia and all that stuff. It's common sense. When you show up, you have the actual evidence right here. Roe versus Wade is right here. Here it is. They don't have that capability or have the capacity to look into the facts. Perhaps you are more careful or accepting anything lightly by somebody without fact checking. Yes. Yes. I told you guys. I don't know everything. And I'm not going to sit here to pretend and lie to you guys that I know everything, because I don't. But one thing that I won't do is speak on something that I don't know nothing about. I'm going to, the hush hush. If someone asks me a question about Roe v. Wade, and if I didn't know anything about Roe v. Wade, I'm not going to speak on it. I'm going to let you know I don't know anything about Roe v. Wade. I don't know enough about Roe v. Wade to speak on it. And then move to the next person. I'm not going to say anything unless I'm being challenged. I've said this before in streams past. People challenge me of not pledging allegiance to the flag, and these exact same people did not know how many red or white stripes were on the American flag. But yet you challenge me and then get upset with me because I didn't pledge allegiance to a flag. I'm not pledging allegiance to no cloth. And then most of the people don't even know what it stands for. They don't. They keep throwing the word freedoms out there and don't even know what it originally stands for. And that's the sad part about it. It's sad. And a couple of those individuals apologized to me. Like, you know what? You got me there. Of course I do. If I know something, don't challenge me. But if I don't know something, I'm going to go, thank you for sharing that with me. Now I'm going to go do my research, and I'm going to research for the facts. I want to know exactly what it is, not someone's opinion, not some news outlet and how they worded it. No, I told you guys during the last stream, I don't listen to Anderson Cooper. I don't listen to the Wolf Blitzers. I don't listen to the other ones. No, I don't care about what you think, because that's your opinion. And that's how you interpreting what they're saying. These people are saying, no, I go straight to Trump. I go straight to Kamala. I want to hear what they are saying so I don't misquote anything. This is what you said. Could you share with the American people what you meant by that statement? How dare a Whoopi Goldberg say that it was a slip of the tongue that Biden said that Trump supporters are garbage? A slip of the tongue? Okay, are you going to have that say? What if Kamala Harris made that same statement? Would that be the slip of the tongue? I know I'm moving the goalpost a little bit here, but I'm trying to stay there. But would that be the slip of the tongue? Will she have that same energy if Kamala Harris gave that same answer? that Trump supporters are garbage, will she have that same energy? Oh, it's a slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue. Or if Trump, maybe I got it back. What if Trump have said that Kamala Harris supporters are garbage? That's what I meant to say. What if Trump has made that statement and said, hey, Kamala Harris's supporters are garbage? The only garbage that I see are Kamala Harris's supporter. Would she then say, oh, it was a slip of the tongue by Trump? Because from what I understand, Whoopi Goldberg, I don't care, Whoopi Goldberg is a Kamala supporter. I guarantee you Whoopi Goldberg will be up in the uproar if Trump would have made that same freaking statement or made the same answer. Made the same statement that Biden did.
See, I think it's the 14th Amendment. It was about her right for privacy.
Privacy
And we sitting
to
here.
have an abortion.
It doesn't, yeah. And then they're going off of that, trying to get everybody aroused emotionally.
They're using
y'all
that to
have
justify
these
having
conversations.
abortions.
When it wasn't, yes, it was about abortion, but it was about this lady just trying to keep her situation private.
And to my knowledge, I don't think Trump took it away. I think he just put it in the hands of the state. Am I right?
Pretty much, I was just
Right.
So
Y'all got
why
marriage
are we
licenses
have-
in the hands of the state.
But
Yeah,
you
so why are
know,
we having this
in the hands of-
because
this
if you
war
put it in
on?
the hands of the states, there are states that are heavily Republican or heavily Democrat, and therefore the
Move.
people that innocently live in these states, and it's brought down to the states, they are in jeopardy of losing these rights. So there needs to be some federal so that people's rights are continued to be protected, so that individual governors in those states don't get to make the decision for many based on their own personal viewpoint. When you run, we talking about religion, church, you're supposed to separate the state and church, right? So why do we continue to bring religion into politics? We need to remove that. Why can't we just
Why is Kamala
Why is Kamala going in the pulpit?
Right, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
No politician, nobody that's not an ordained minister or pastor and running that church should have anybody behind a pulpit. That's ridiculous. So I don't agree that she was up there saying what she had to say. You can step aside, or you need to have a conversation outside of church. I don't believe the only thing that I support is telling your congregation about their right to vote and giving them the choice. You don't bring in candidates into these places, but that's what happens during election time. They pop up in churches, in heavily black churches, and they try to get those votes. No, I believe churches should just discuss nonpartisan. Do you need a ride to the polls? Do you need to know about all candidates and how to vote? Period. All that other, stuff needs to be outside of the church. You can't force that on your congregation.
Do you think abortion is more important than every other issue that's going on in the United States?
I don't, but that's the hot topic. That's the problem. The media on both sides pushes this narrative. We have more important things that we need to truly be discussing overall, but that is one of the highest.
If I told you your engine was on fire in the car, and you like, yo, my radio need to get swapped out.
She just answered the question, dude.
I wouldn't say that answer, so I'm gonna need
She already answered your question. Why are you giving her?
If I told you, listen, your engine is on fire, I need it, like right now.
Right, but
you were sitting there like, yeah, but my radio needs to get fixed.
Making abortion a big thing when there's more issues. So that statement is proving the fact of what I just said. We need to separate these issues, because one little issue or concern of aborting a child is holding up other things that still need to be there under that policy when we really break this down. We get stuck on abortion. And then it's the people we elect in Congress's fault, because they're not doing the work that we're asking them to do.
It's not the women.
And on the other side of that, when it comes to that, we don't ever bring up what happens if they don't get an abortion and then they're at birth. What happens? For this person that never wanted that child because they wanted the option, there are some people that want to have an abortion because they don't want kids. They didn't do what they needed to do. We get that storyline. But what do we do about the kid when the child is born? You have mad children in foster care, right? We're heavily overpopulated. We don't have enough foster parents for these kids. I'm not
So the
making
solution is
excuses
abortion.
for abortions. I'm just telling you the talking points for both sides. That is something that really needs to have a sit down conversation that may take years for us to get to a meeting in the middle. But we're not.
No. It doesn't. It doesn't have to take years. I said it already. Why are we here in 2024 talking about it's something that could take years? It's been going on for freaking ages. Abortions before my time. It shouldn't take years. We're here right now in 2024, November 3rd, and we're talking about this. And the very answer to this issue is very simple. And I said it in the last podcast. Actually, Anton had said it in the last podcast as well. The last podcast we did for their panel. It's clear. Stop having kids out of wedlock. Stop having sex. Stop having sex until you're married. If you're gonna have sex, and you're not married, protect yourself. Just use protection. Use protection. It's there. Or just don't do it. Just don't make really good sound choices and really good sound decisions for yourself. This abortion thing wouldn't even be in the conversation. It'll go away. If we just be responsible. Both men and women, just be responsible. Mothers and fathers, invest yourselves into your kids' lives. Because again, once they're outside your security circle, they're going to get anything and everything. Whether they're in school, whether they're at a job, whether they're at a freaking county fair, it doesn't matter. It's everywhere. It is everywhere. Even during these teenagers' conversations, I guarantee you they're talking about freaking boys, the girls. And the boys are talking about girls. Hopefully. Communication, investment.
But I personally feel like y'all are taking up arms for your own personal genocide. That's how I feel. I feel as though y'all are literally marching for genocide, like ready to go to war for it too. Like we need to be able to kill ourselves. Like,
so did you understand anything that I just said?
You've never seen a Jewish community be like, yo, we need abortion rights. You've never seen an Amish community make this an issue. Only black people is sitting up here having this strong argument about killing children. It's the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life.
The country supports the woman's right to choose.
What do you say?
Does that make it right though?
No, but
maybe the majority of the population are lost.
Do Kamala go to Doug Emhoff's community and talk to them about abortion?
No. You said no other community.
Do Kamala go to Doug Emhoff's Jewish community and talk to them about abortion?
I'm unaware of all the communities.
Absolutely not.
Okay, wait, hold on. You made a claim that you can't substantiate where you said that these conversations aren't happening in any other communities. Yet the majority of the country agrees with the woman's right to choose. So you're incorrect. That's all I'm saying.
Listen. I just asked you a very specific question.
And I told you I don't know. Sorry.
Have you seen a European Jewish community, her husband, Doug Emhoff, walking around fighting for the right to kill their children? Yes or no?
Do you protest at Parenthood?
Yes or no? It's just a yes or no question. Yes or no?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Are any of y'all that don't believe in abortion foster parents?
Isn't it something?
Well, to your point, Jamisha, about that, my thing is that the problem, a big problem, I think that should be addressed in terms of, the people that have kids and they don't want them, instead of saying abortion, we should say, how can we make it more affordable for families to be able to adopt these children? Because that is the real cause of why there's a lot of people that would love to adopt, but it's $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to adopt. And you can say, oh, well, if you don't have, some people might say, oh, if you don't have that money, well, then you can't afford it. That's not true, though. You're talking about these kids being in foster care and all these different situations when a lot of them might be better off in working class families, having good education, having a good home system, a good family system, if they figured out a way to lower the cost for adoption, not figure out a way to abort the babies.
So what you just did, hold on one second. What you just did is what we all need to do with the people that are elected need to be able to sit at the table and push around these viewpoints, because maybe they don't see what you just said. What you just said made a great point. What can we do with our tax dollars for the children that are out here, right? How can we allocate funding, or can we get with insurance to figure out how we can mitigate so many children that are in foster care and make it affordable, which sounds crazy, for these children to have good homes? Do we look at the qualifications? Do we make it stricter on, who you are, your background, type of job? Because then you don't want someone to get into foster care, get adopted, and then they can't maintain that child. What programs? I think that's a great idea, but people don't want to have those conversations. We need to learn how to reallocate money, and I think that is a great talking point and pain point that should be brought up. It should be brought up in Congress.
I still think it's an agenda against the black population. Because it seemed like more black people is marching for this and fighting for this more than any other Democrat.
More blacks do get abortions. More black women get abortions.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I asked the question. Like, I don't see no Jewish. Matter of fact, if Kamala showed up to a real Jewish community with that, we riding that dawn. They would not have that shit. They would be like, we are riding that dawn on your ass. Because only black people that are going to sit up and be like, yeah. Kill the yeah.
I agree with you, Blackwell, but I just want to point out a fact that, in the healthcare industry, most doctors will talk about preventative care. Mm-hmm. Most doctors will talk about, how do you prevent getting diabetes? How do you prevent getting heart disease? And I don't think we focus on enough about prevention instead of after the fact. The whole conversation we're talking about after the fact. I don't think we as adults are taking responsibility for our sex. Women aren't taking responsibility for their bodies and their actions. We're not having conversations before we lay down with someone.
Did I not just say that? Did I not? Oh, preach, lady. Preach.
To me, it just seems like people just want to have sex without the accountability and the responsibility of having a child if that happens. When you can actually talk about
this will solve the issue. What she just stated will solve the issue. You don't have to wait years. You have to educate. You have to invest yourself. Interject yourself, especially parents. It starts with the parents. Teachers. Okay? If we're going to be able to survive as a people and as a community, we have to invest ourselves and stop allowing other men to dictate how we should live our lives. No. We can prevent all this from happening just by educating our youth.
When you can actually sit down and talk to your mate or whomever you're about to have sex with, this is what we agree to. We're consenting. So when you consent to having sex, yes, it's a possibility that you can get pregnant. So how do you prevent that? Take some birth control pills, use a condom. I mean, there are so many things that you can do to prevent, and a lot of us aren't preventing all these things. We're talking about after the fact. Abortion is after the fact. Our whole society is talking about after the fact, and we're not focusing on teaching our teenagers and our children how to prevent getting pregnant. We're not taking responsibilities and accountabilities as adults about our sex, about our sexuality. So we need to focus more on that, because after the fact is
yes.
Again, we're fighting
yes.
for. I agree with Blackwell. We're fighting to
Thank
kill
you.
ourselves.
Somebody
and
with
a lot of people, when they talk about abortions, they want to bring up
somebody with some common sense, someone who gets it, someone who understands. It's simple. Very, very simple. We don't need to wait years. We don't need politicians to sit around and do this and do that. You don't need it. It's very simple. It's common sense. Where has common sense gone? Is it still here? Is it only a select few people that have it? Because you see the panel right now. Everybody's quiet. Everybody's quiet when the truth is spoken. When the truth is spoken, they get quiet, and then someone else, I can guarantee you, someone's going to throw themselves in the mix and say something else so that the truth is overshadowed. She is clearly telling everybody on the panel exactly what needs to be done. And it starts with us as an adults. How can we tell our kids not to do something, but we are doing the exact same thing that we're telling our kids not to do? That's hypocrisy. That's insane. Don't lie. Don't lie. You better not lie to me, but I just lied to my freaking boy, my homeboy. Or I just lied to my significant other. Don't cheat. Don't cheat, because when you cheat, this is what happens. But then I just cheated on such and such, or I cheated on a test, or I cheated in a video game.
The 1% of people who are raped or whatever the case might be. That is a small group of people. We're not
1%.
talking about that. We're talking about most people. Most
1%.
people who get abortions are just basically not, made a mistake and not taking accountability for
it's
the
not
fact
a mistake.
that they had sex. And I think
I don't understand why they keep calling this a mistake. It's not a mistake because these people know exactly what they're doing. It's a process. You know you're getting ready to have sex. It's a process. A mistake is me bumping against you while walking down the street, but there's no intent for me to bump against to you. Oh, my bad. Then I'm going to own up to that. I'm going to say, hey, my mistake. That's how I define mistake. Okay? To each their own. I define mistake, me looking down at my freaking phone while I'm walking down the street and I bumped against you, but it wasn't intentionally to bump against you. And hopefully I don't get knocked out in the process and be like, oh, wait, that was my mistake. I didn't mean to bump against you. I'll pay attention. I'll pay attention from now on. But me getting with a woman, hey, let's have sex, knowing that I could potentially get you pregnant if I don't use a form of protection or we don't communicate and we turned up. That's not a mistake. That child is not a mistake. It's not a mistake. Because I know when I'm getting ready to climax. I know exactly when I'm getting... You can't tell me a man does not know when he's about to let go. You can't tell me that man is not educated that when he lets go, that process is going to happen. And then you call it a mistake? It's not a mistake.
We need to focus on that first.
1,000%.
I agree.
Step further.
The thing is that it wasn't a mistake.
Fight in the first place. How
Thank
would
you.
sit there and say, well, you need to take
Thank you.
accountability?
Thank you, Q. That's the first time. Oh, this is the first time I've heard Q make sense. It's not a mistake. It's not a mistake at all. Because sometimes we can get to a point where we put something somewhere and we can lose our focus, right? And be like, oh man, I made a mistake and put the wrong thing here and I meant to put it here. That can be considered a mistake. But having sex with a woman or a woman having sex with a man and you're not suffering from any underlying conditions and you are educated, you are not ignorant to the fact that she can get pregnant. Neither parties are ignorant. They have been educated. That's not a mistake.
Bar sex, because we have a hypersexual society, and this is kind of speaking to the point of the Democrats. It's like they want to handle it on both ends. They want you to be as free to love who you want to love irresponsibly, love who you want to love because love is love. But at the same time, we got you on the back end if you want to have an abortion. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a pro-choice person as well, but I don't think that this is such a big issue to the point where the Black community really needs to be talking about it, because honestly, we're not the only community that has abortions. And I would be willing to say that we're probably not even the main community that has abortions. Because when people get pregnant, they'll be like, well, we can't afford the abortion. And my approach is always, well, if you can't afford an abortion, how are you going to afford raising a child? So it could be that it's not just that they put that out there for us. Maybe the people who actually passed that law put that out there for themselves because maybe they're trying to protect their own race.
What race you think that is?
Anglo-Saxon. These are Anglo-Saxon who passed off.
I agree with that.
So
I agree with Val 100%.
You see how you see what they're doing here? You see what they're doing here? She asked, and what race is that? And then April says Anglo-Saxon. And then somebody just said, yeah, I agree with this. So you guys are making a claim. You're making a claim. Do you have the evidence to prove that? Do you have the numbers, the statistics to prove that? Because people just they get on here and they make claims and have nothing to back it up. Because what if an Anglo-Saxon, what she just said, comes on the panel and says, no, that's not true. And I have the statistics to show you that it's not true. To disprove all of you that agrees with it. This is ridiculous, man. How you gonna say, and what race is that? And then he just this is comedy gold, man. This is, oh my goodness, we need to figure this out, man. 1 + 1 equals 2. Stephen says her point of talking doesn't get answered. History is there for us to learn. The environment, our future decision making, learning is really scary in this day and time. It's strange. It's just strange over here, and I can share with you. I'm gonna give you an example. The way I did math back at school is different the way our kids have been taught to do a math problem today. And when my kids would come home and they bring their homework home, and my son would show me how they, did an algebra problem, I'm like, or just a regular math problem, I'm like, what? I was like, no, we just did it this way, and it's okay to have different ways of doing things. You come to the same end result, but it's just mind-boggling. Like, wow. But then, I mean, you starting to wonder, like, what else are they teaching in school? You know, what are they teaching in school? And then when you sit down, you ask your kids, you're like, what's going on? How was your day? Oh, Mom, Dad, guess what? I saw two guys in school holding hands walking down the hallway. What? What? Are they teaching this in school? Now, normally when it comes to like sex education or something like that, the school will send home a form where you have to sign. The parent has to sign and say, hey, are you guys okay for, you know, we teaching your kids this? I don't think that's happening. If it's happened with my kids, then I don't remember seeing any form. Maybe my wife signed the form and sent them back, but I don't remember seeing them. But back in the day, they would send home a form. You sign it. You say yes or no. I don't know what they're teaching today. It's just, oh my. Google Eyes. What's going on, man? Getting into the thick of things, man. This is the second podcast that I've sat down with you guys to. It's from Anton Daniels YouTube channel. So shout out to Anton Daniels. This is his content. This is not my content at all. So if you guys want to go see, check out his channel and see what he does over there, please do so. I think this is good. The reason why I say this is good, because now people get to see it firsthand, what we are up against as a people. Okay? Me, based on my observation and hearing the viewpoints and the opinions and thoughts from this podcast, I wholeheartedly believe we are divided. We are divided. It's evidence here. The division is here. Yes, we can get on here. We can have the conversation all day and say that we love each other, but they're still going to walk away from this rooted in their decision making, rooted in their thoughts, rooted in their opinions, rooted in their feelings. And it's sad that we have come to this, that we cannot wake up and see it for what it is. I said it. I do not believe Trump. I do not believe Kamala has our best interests at heart. This is every 4 years. These people word salad you in getting your vote, which really doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the Electoral College. I guarantee you, if you were to conduct a social experiment with a lot of these Trump supporters and a lot of these Democrat supporters, they have no clue about the Electoral College. I guarantee you. Just like the last podcast that I did here, you had the one guy, again, that was voting for Kamala Harris, that was supporting Kamala Harris on reproductive freedoms. And he had no clue about Roe versus Wade. He didn't even know what the case was about. That is sad. You're voting blindly for a candidate that you have no clue about. And it was displayed in this podcast here. They're just voting blindly. They're listening to these people, promising them this, or I will get this done, or I'll get this done. And a lot of these people are not even educated that a lot of this stuff has to go through Congress to get up to the president's desk to sign off. This is sad. You ask basic, simple questions and they deflect and they can't answer on both sides. This is sad, uneducated. Google, Wikipedia, that's my source. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Well, man has conditioned man. That's why man would not be able to evolve. Mankind would not be able to evolve to use the freaking potential that we know that we're capable of to make this a better world. There is man out there, greed, lust, deception, lies. They're using these to keep man here. The world is like a big chessboard, not chessboard. We know who the pawns are. Myself and everybody that's on this panel and anybody watching. We're pawns in this whole political game. Then you got your king, you got your queen, you got your rooks, you got your knights. These are these political figures and everybody that's really running this country. You think they really have your best interests at heart? No. Because then if they really had your best interests at heart, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation really today. Period. The world will be way off better. We wouldn't have any issues in this country if they had your best interests at heart. Why are we here having the conversation? Why? And any other government across the globe, if these political figures had your best interests at heart, dude, we wouldn't. Wars? What are you talking about? Wars? Everybody's living good, great. We supposed to be the United States. I call divided states of America. It's supposed to be the poster child for the rest of the world to look up to. We're supposed to be the spearhead, and look at us, divided. This is sad. This is sad. I'm sorry. I wouldn't want. Let's listen.
No, I agree. We should be doing better job.
Talk about the difference in voting Democrat and Republican, but that is not the top of the line for me. It's the policies and it's about the economy. It's not abortion. We're mostly grown people on this panel. So how many of us really have that? Is that an issue for us really today? Abortion?
I don't know the
Because I don't think to that extent, if that's the case, because all of us on this, we're probably old enough to be having sex responsibly. So is that really our issue? Why do we make it such a topic?
Well, yeah, but there's also principles to it. The government telling women what they can and cannot do with their bodies is an issue. For me.
That too, though, there is in the same thing that Trey is saying, or I don't know if you said it about birth control. There's conversations in regards to how Republicans or some Republicans view birth control, like IUD.
So let me ask you guys a question. Those who are watching, let me ask you a question. Let's say you meet a girl. Everything's good. You know, you've been talking for several months, but you're not there yet, you know, just talking. You know what, let me dumb it down. Let's say you've been talking for several weeks, right? Now your hormones going through the roof. Blah, blah, blah. Both of y'all get together. Bam, it happens. She gets pregnant. She wants to have an abortion, but you don't. Think about that. She wants to have an abortion, but you want to keep the child. You as a man want to keep the child. You can do it vice versa.
Because it can prevent, supposedly the egg, doing its thing in the body. But some women, they're IUDs is a form of birth control so that they don't get pregnant. So I don't understand like the narrative. Do they want people to get pregnant? Do they want to protect themselves? And this is not the majority. These are just topics that are what I've heard amongst Republicans with some viewpoints in regards to that. So how do we mitigate that? Birth control.
Quick story. Like I agree with Val. Like you know what I'm saying? Back in the day, I used to be a Thundercat. You know what I mean? I was in these streets. You know what I'm saying? Putting in work. But at one time,
You got kids?
Nah. But one time I had a pregnancy scare, right? And it was with a woman that I did not want to be family with.
Why? You had sex with her.
I'm about to get to that, right? Right. So when it was a false alarm, that's when I was like, yo, any woman that I lay down with, I need to be okay with the outcome. You understand what I'm saying? So that would be that's my measuring stick for any woman that I would date. Like, listen, in the event that me and her become family, am I okay with that? In the event that this has to be the mother of my child, am I okay with that? If the answer is no, I shouldn't be touching her.
100% agree.
I shouldn't be touching her.
I agree.
You feel what I'm saying? So if everybody's approaching it like an adult, responsibly, understanding, what could come from this, then we wouldn't even have to have an abortion conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We can get back to getting this money.
You know what? I'm gonna reach out to Anton. I'm gonna see if I can get on there. I don't even need to reach out to him. Nah, I don't need to reach out to him. I don't need to reach out to Q or whoever to get on the panel. It's clear as day. He even said it. She said it. Exactly what I said early on in the stream. It starts with us. Us as an adults. We need to be more responsible and accountable for our actions. We need to invest our time in our kids' lives so that they can continue to be educated on this very thing that we're talking about. There wouldn't even be no conversation about abortions. We don't need politics involved. It starts with us. It starts with the man in the mirror. It starts with the woman in the mirror. It's very simple. To this day, you have a candidate running on reproductive freedoms. Make that make sense. You're supporting a candidate that's for abortions. That's like telling you, okay, you can go out and be irresponsible, right? Go ahead and have your sex. Go ahead and do your thing. Guess what? Don't you worry. We got you covered. You can get an abortion if you want to get an abortion. Make that make sense.
Money. I'm trying to figure out how we can get this money.
Yeah.
We sitting here talking about how we can off people.
Yeah, I agree. But let me get to the super chats, you guys. It's a lot. So
All right, we're gonna skip that.
Thank you for the people that's in the Okay. If you don't have IG, only use my email address. If you don't have IG.
Before we
Fellas, there's a
continue,
wait list.
let's go to the chat real quick. Google Eyes, hope you're still here, man. What's up? What's going on with you, player? Steven says, that's the word. Independent thoughts is why division is not that bad. As I said last night, you guys are divided in reasoning, which is better. If siblings don't agree on everything, people would be what it is, gullible. We'll talk about that more. I'm trying to understand your viewpoint there.
Please be patient, please. And yeah, please be patient.
PE, how's it going, man?
But ladies, if you're interested, hit me up. We need more ladies on the panel. But thank you. We do appreciate you guys for being here. Make sure you share the stream. Shout out to you all, 5,200 people.
But if you do want me to do more of these live, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the stream out, man. And we'll continue to do these. Gaming Reaction is not just for games. I haven't done any reactions to games in a very long time. I haven't played any games in a very long time. It's been very, very busy on my side of the house. Again, guys, that's my excuse, and those excuses are facts. So, man, this is a real scary time. Not to stoke fear or anything. It's just a wake up call that a lot of us need to have. Push some people off the bed and say, hey, wake up, man. This is what we are allowing to happen as mankind. We are allowing this to happen, and then when shit hits the fan, then we be like, oh snap, what have we done? What have we done? And this is about the future of the generations that's going to come out of us. You know, this is scary. This is scary. And I said this before. It's man that's keeping man divided. It's man. It's not animals. It's not flowers. It's not trees. It's not the sun. It's not rain. It's not fishes. It's man keeping man divided. Men are so, they plant the seeds in the minds of the ignorance. And when those seeds are planted, it grows. A lot of people go to these propaganda news sources and they believe everything they hear. And don't educate themselves. They don't do their research. They believe every single thing they hear. Oh, Trump this, Kamala that, Trump that. Stop. Stop listening to the person next to you and listen to the people that's talking. Make your own decision. Who's in control of who? The brainwashing is a fact. It's a fact. We as a people across the world need to wake up and call a spade a spade. It is what it is. Enough is enough. We're done with this. We're going around in circles. Every 4 years it's set on repeat. It's the same old crap. Different people, different word salads to get your vote. I guarantee you, the next 4 years, it doesn't matter who's sitting in the presidency doing for this election. Guess what? The next 4 years, we're going to be having the same conversation. I guarantee you 100%. Just like the last 4 years, and the last 4 years before that, and the last 4 years before that. It's the same old crap set on repeat. Period.
Being here. Let's go to the second topic that we have. Do black
Second
men
topic.
have more? Go ahead. Quinn, raise your hand.
Before we get into this, I just want to say how beautiful Miss Jamisha looks this evening.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
I
muted.
appreciate you being funny. Thank you.
No, he tells a
No,
woman that every
serious.
he tells a woman that every stream.
Okay, thank you.
But let's get to the next topic, ladies and gentlemen.
That Roland Martin interview just proved everything that we've been saying that I said in my past videos about black men when it comes to their lack of just comprehension and understanding their place in society. Because they're too busy having oppression Olympics with black women competing with us, looking at we're the enemy, they fail to realize that you benefit from patriarchy. You do not have more of a struggle being a black man. You actually have a benefit over black women because you are a man. Black men do not understand patriarchy and how to use it to their advantage. They're too busy making excuses and complaining. And the thing is, statistics and everything else shows that you benefit more as a black man than a black woman. But it doesn't matter how simply people break it down to them. Like, you have to talk to them like they were 5 for them to understand that they absolutely benefit more than black women. They're just not using the fucking resources and tools given to them. Your self-hate is so strong that you're willing to put a man in office that wants to make you destitute, that wants to literally not have you exist or have any rights. You complain about police killing you, about how white people treat you in society, and you're giving them the fucking tools to continue to oppress you. Also shows that y'all are so poorly educated. Y'all are literally slow.
Well, black man.
Google Eyes, I don't know if you are a black man, but Steven, what did you think about what she just said? Let me know in the chat. You guys heard what she said, right? Let me know what you guys think about what she said. If you guys want me to replay it, I will replay it so that you can hear her again. Let me know you guys' thoughts in the chat. But let's see what the black men on this. I'm going to give my thoughts. But let's hear what the black men on this panel has to say.
And black women. Do black men have more of a benefit in society over black women?
So I just want to say I didn't see this interview, so can someone give me a synopsis, or do I need to go on mute and watch it? How long is it, the clip?
No, that is the
Oh,
clip.
okay. She didn't see
No,
it.
I'm saying that she was saying Roland Martin. What she was making it off of what interview
Oh, I
did
don't
she
even know.
watch?
Anybody know what she was talking about prior?
Okay.
I think Obama scolding black men for not wanting to vote for Kamala
Mm-hmm.
is
Oh,
where the
okay.
context is coming from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So he said something about Obama scolding, or I don't.
Obama was scolding black men for not wanting to support Kamala.
Right. What did Roland Martin say about it though? Because she
I don't know.
responded to Roland Martin.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
Okay.
hear his name. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either.
Anybody
So.
know? No, but
I know.
since we don't know the where it came from like that, do
Yeah.
black men have more of a benefit in society over black women?
Gay black men.
What?
I was gonna say no.
Why?
I was gonna say no. I think men are held accountable to the highest level,
Mm-hmm.
whereas
Before we listen to him, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say no because there's a system set up in place, and I'm gonna elaborate later because there's a system that's set up by our government to take care of the black woman. And I'm gonna give you an example. Freaking child support. Shoot, if you don't want to, take part in taking care of this child, the black woman can go to the courts. They can go through the process and request for child support. Okay. Life cannot sustain itself without the woman. It's facts. So that's what this system, they have set this system up to support the black woman in her case if she has to raise kids on her own. Black men are being held accountable. They are. Because if she goes and she pursues child support on that black man, okay, now we're talking about black men, okay, because we're going to stay on topic. Guess what? They're going to come after him. They're gonna come after him. They're gonna he's gonna go to court. The judge is gonna say his or her thing and say, hey, this is how much you're gonna have to pay in child support, blah blah blah. Or he's gonna be locked up. He is going to be locked up. Let's see what Blackwell had to say.
women get a pass.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I agree. I think that, especially in the courts, I think the courts are definitely in favor to women.
Come on,
there's
Q.
more governmental assistance for women.
I just said it.
Abuse shelters for women.
Yep.
So I definitely think that women, not just black women
Benefit
in general,
more.
definitely have a leg up in society when it comes to certain stuff compared to men. But
Yep.
since we're talking about black men, black women, it fits the same stuff what I'm saying. So
Yeah, like even if a woman was to like fall off economically, and she had to like go back home or whatever the case, it's not frowned upon. It's like, oh, she has, she's going through some, she's a single mom, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, right?
Mhm.
But if a black dude if you fall off, you a deadbeat, bum, this, that, irresponsible, you all of that. You know what I'm saying? The family talking about you. You know what I'm saying? Your girl done left you. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. We don't get grace.
You know what I mean?
We don't get grace. We get.
What do you guys think?
We get
About what he said?
And there's pros and cons that come along with that. The pros is that when you win everything. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like it's self pros. Like it's things that you can take pride in because then you will say, well, nobody made me or that type of stuff, right? We don't get handouts. We don't get any of that. And so that's why we're expected to either win or fail. And even when it comes to money, when it comes to women, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to anything in society, it's either you get it all or you don't get anything. And we don't have no safety net. We don't get no grace. We don't get none of that, right? One man can get a bunch of women because he's a man and he'll be celebrated. And then the other guy can get no women and he can be a nice guy and they'll call him an incel, right? And they'll just say, well, you don't get no women. So, but women get grace all the time. There's always a group for them. There's always some kind of support, some community organization, Black Women Code. Listen, if we can't code, then you just can't code. Motherfucker, get it together. But there's always groups that always advocate for, promote for, incentivize. And I'm not saying that there's nothing at all for men in general, but in a general sense, for men, it's either sink or swim. For women, it's let me figure out how I can help you, queen. Even when y'all doing dumb shit, even when you fuck up, even when you decide that you want to have a kid out of wedlock, if a man goes on and say, I'm having a kid out of fucking wedlock, he gonna get killed on social media. If a woman goes on and she says, I'm pregnant and it ain't a baby daddy in sight, it's gonna be balloons, the champagne emojis, it's gonna be all kind of dumb shit on there, right? So women are always going to be celebrated and they're going to have that safety net, which the difficult part about that is though, they advocate for equal, but they don't advocate for equal across the board, right? They want the opportunity to be able to make as much money as you, but then they'll scold you for saying, okay, well, we need to update the family court laws that were established at a time when women didn't have the same type of rights as they have right now. And then they'll say, no, fuck you. You need to be taking care of your kid, right? They don't want equal truly, but they want equal results. And that's the difficulty. They really don't understand that they get softer sentences when they get arrested. They're more likely to get social services. It's called Women and Children, WIC. That's what it's called. It's called Women and Children. And I see Trey, he got his synth on. He doing his little facial motions.
Let's see.
He can't even hold
what do you got to say, Trey?
I'm holding it in, sir.
It's in your face. Listen, communication is more than, it's 90% body language. 10% of what you say,
nonverbal cues.
What you do.
He sounds like a beta male, man. Let's see what he has to say.
He seemed like a feminist to me, but we gonna find out.
Hey Trey, even in war, the women are able to evacuate while the men have to stay and die.
I'm torn. Several things. Anton, if you say that you think that I'm a feminist, I think that it's maybe because of like your own position. So maybe you're a misogynist. So maybe you have to counter that.
What is a misogynist? I'm a C-student.
What is a misogynist?
An individual who sort of espouses prejudice toward women. So, like for example, for example, when you said that, or I'll paraphrase and probably poorly at that.
Carry here to define things for me.
I think I heard you say that you would not vote for a woman because women are liars and deceitful. Does that sound fair?
No, I said that I wouldn't vote for a woman because I inherently, as a man, as ordained by God, would never look for leadership from a woman.
Perfectly fine. So if a white man said the exact same thing about a black person, that I would not look to a black person for leadership because of it's ordained by God, would we call that person racist?
That's not ordained by God.
Ordained by God.
Yeah.
That's not in the scriptures.
You just making shit up.
It's like you can't compare and contrast a dumb point.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about?
So then fine.
Apparently you haven't read it because that's not in there.
You're right. So remove the scripture aspect.
I'm right about you not reading it, or I'm right about it's not being in there.
You can't remove
right
his purpose. The scripture is why he believes in what he believes. You
Am
can't
I right
remove
about
it.
you not reading it, or am I right about it not being in there?
You're right about me not reading it.
Okay, so how can you speak on the word of God if you never read it before?
I was just trying to paraphrase what you said.
You shouldn't do that. You got to read it before you start to do that. You're gonna look stupid like that.
You're right, and I look stupid. So carrying on. So you basically said, without the God part, is that you would not allow a woman, or you wouldn't be comfortable with a woman leading you because of the fact
that's
that
not
she's
what I said. I said I would never choose for a woman to lead me. It's up to me to select it for myself. I'm going to get a job and it's just so happen to be a woman boss. Cool. I don't have no problem with that. But I am not going to handpick a woman to lead me in the highest office of the land. No, I'm not.
Perfect. So now, if a white person said the exact same thing about a black person, would we call that racist?
No, I would say that's a preference.
You say that's a preference?
Yes. You can have whatever preference you want. I don't care what your thoughts are.
No, what's the question again, Trey? You said
Why would that be racist?
So Anton just said that
I don't think it's a one-for-one comparison, but just to answer your question,
I
'cause
think
wanna be
he's-
direct.
I respect
I
your
don't give a
answer.
fuck.
I think he's
I respect
mixing
your
it.
answer, but Blackwell. So Anton said that Anton, I'm sorry, you said that you wouldn't
I
select.
would never pick me for a woman to be my leader. That's not
Perfect.
it.
Okay, so Blackwell, if you heard a white person say that they would never choose for a black person to be their leader, would you say that that is racist?
Well, we can't compare race and gender. I mean, that's two.
Well,
totally
that's what
different
a
things.
comparison is sort of for, is to compare similarities and
No,
differences.
it's not, because the foundation.
I mean, not gender, race and race and gender. My bad.
Context is my belief system, which is very similar to a lot of Middle Eastern men. It's very similar to a lot of men in general. Is that I'm the leader. Men by default are supposed to be the leaders. I'm not looking for a woman to lead me. That is ordained by God. That is not even just my opinion. That is the way that God has ordained me based off of my belief system. So if you're talking about being human or looking at people as human, look, I don't care for people that is a part of the alphabet community as far as their lifestyle. However, I still recognize their humanity. I would never deny them an opportunity. I would never choose for them not to be able to get the job because of their lifestyle. That's their preference. I would prefer for them not to, promote that in the workplace. But at the same time, if somebody is good at what they do, I'm not going to deny you your humanity. Now, will I hang out with you in the gay club? Absolutely not. But I'm not going to deny you. I'm not going to deny you your humanity.
Hey, I agree with Anton. Hey, Trey, let me ask you a question. If right now, if all war was to come to the U.S., right? Who you want fighting this war? Lakeisha, Brittany, and Sierra right now?
You letting them get away.
Or do you want?
You letting them get away, Blackwell, because he tried to make a point, and you're actually bailing him out. Because you're not forcing him to stand on his argument of what he was trying to use.
Blackwell, can you just shelve that for a second and make sure I answer your question? I promise I'll get back to you. I think my point remains, and it's substantiated. If you exhibit or espouse prejudice toward a group like you just did about women, that would be a sort of a misogynistic thought.
What's the difference between prejudice and preference?
Prejudice is prejudging. Preference would be something that you prefer.
How am I judging them?
Because you're making the inference that they're inferior.
Cool.
And
So
prejudging
would I also be prejudiced?
either.
Would I also be prejudiced?
Wait, hold on, Anton. I'm sorry. Wait, what'd you say?
Oh, wait, no, hold on. Would I also be prejudiced if I say that I don't want an 18-year-old to lead me?
If you were passing a sweeping judgment about all 18-year-olds, then yes, that would be prejudice. That would be prejudice.
An 18-year-old. I didn't say a specific one. I said an 18-year-old.
An 18-year-old?
Yeah, any 18-year-old. I don't want an 18-year-old to be my boss. I wouldn't select, for example, there's career fields that 18-year-olds exist. Is the office of the President of the United States of America, because they put an age restriction on it, prejudice?
No.
How isn't it?
Based on the definition, Trey, yes, it is. So
He knows. He's just trying to dodge accountability.
It's not-
for what we talking about.
Yes,
But
I'm-
is it prejudice for the United States of America to prevent somebody from becoming president based off of the age restrictions, but yet they can go to war and fight for you?
I love it. I love this. My brain cells are still intact. I did lose a few. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I love when people get put on the spot. But you got to be careful what you say and how you say it. Okay? And understand what you are getting yourself into. And understanding what you're even asking.
I agree.
To my understanding, again.
To your understanding?
Define prejudice for you is to prejudge.
It is prejudging. It's saying that a person that's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 years old is not capable of leading you and being the President of the United States of America and the Commander-in-Chief.
established.
But an 18-year-old can go to war and fight this country. So that's
No. But hold on. He said it's not prejudice, though.
no. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you, Anton.
No, I get what you're saying, but I want him to substantiate his argument.
To my understanding, if a job sets forth a standard for which they want to employ someone, that's not necessarily them espousing prejudice.
So how is it any different from me? Because I'm not an employer or I'm not the
Correct.
job. I shouldn't have preference to who it is that I should lead. So I should let somebody whose brain is not even fully developed, ultimately, I should prefer them to be my leader.
We aren't talking about the 18-year-old. You're moving the goalposts. We're talking about.
No, we use an 18-year-old as an example.
No, yeah, but we don't
It's the
need.
same thing. You said to prejudge. We all prejudge. I'm not gonna let a 24-year-old be my motherfucking life coach. I don't care how much training that they have. They don't have enough life experience, which is one of the reasons why they don't even allow you to be president of the United States of America until you get to a certain age.
Perfectly.
Just like when a woman goes into a doctor's office, it's a preference. You can choose a man or a woman doctor. That goes for us too. It's a preference. What do you prefer to have? You prefer to have a woman doctor or you prefer to have a male doctor? It's a preference. I mean, why?
Wait, fine. But if you're of a belief that a woman is inferior to you,
you're saying that. You're saying
why
that.
are you not?
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
You're saying that, Trey. You're saying that. He clearly told you if he was to walk into a job and there's a woman boss, he's good with that. He's good with that.
Because you said you are not fine with her leading you.
Then I said that's inferior.
This is
That's
leading.
inferior. Inferior. Listen, I think that women, similar to everybody else in society, are better suited and are naturally better at certain things than men are. It doesn't mean that she's inferior. It means that she's better suited for the role that God has made her for and ordained her for.
What do you believe a woman is naturally better at?
Nurturing. And anything related to that, especially in the job.
That's facts.
Okay. So now
women are more naturally suited to go into healthcare, whereas men are more naturally suited to go into STEM fields, which is why you see them incentivize women to go into STEM fields because they say that it's not enough women. That's why they got Black Girls Code and all of this stuff. You shouldn't have to incentivize somebody to do something that they're naturally suited for. What is this?
I don't know that I would agree with that because we've seen a lot of legislation to incentivize things that we shouldn't have to do. Like, for example, we've seen men make oppressive laws and legislate things to prevent women from doing it.
No. We're talking about. Let him make his argument. Let's break this down.
Before you go down that road, Trey, on that, I wanted to bounce back to what Anton said.
I thought he was gonna go right down.
Pause yourself, sir. Hold on.
I had him right in the corner. I was just about to. Go ahead, Janisha. You want to save him so bad.
No, I'm not saving him. I wanted to. You were saying about the coding, about the Black girl coding. Do you think that's a bad thing? Because what if these girls are supposed to be in that field, but maybe they come from an environment where they don't have the resource or the ability to be a part of it until this program was created. I
don't think that it's a bad thing. Okay. I don't have a problem with women going into STEM. I'm saying that you have to incentivize people to do something that they're not naturally going to just go into.
Right.
Like, you might have to expose them more. You may have to push them more to do so. My point was that women, he asked the question that what are women naturally better at? I said nurturing. And I use that as an example to where you have to incentivize people to do other things. It doesn't mean that they can't do it. It doesn't mean that a woman can't be a CEO and be a great CEO. We've seen them. But I'm saying that they're not naturally suited to be leaders. You may have the anomaly. You may have a woman that is just as good or so on and so forth. But I'm not going to naturally seek that out. I'm not going to pick a woman personally to lead me, especially when we talking about being a commander in chief and the president of the United States of America. I'm not going to do that.
What metrics do you think you could look to sort of ascertain whether someone is a good leader?
Metrics?
What do you mean? It depends on what the role is, what the job is. It's a different leader for a CEO. It's a different leader for
all different types of jobs.
It's a much different leader than the president of the United States of America. It depends on the context.
Right. So would you think that typically the person who has on average, has a higher IQ or EQ would typically
No.
be a better leader?
No, because leadership is not just about how smart you are. Leadership,
I didn't say that
all the
was.
times, the greatest leaders are not the ones that's the smartest in the room.
I agree, but I didn't say that was the only thing. But don't you think IQ and EQ matters?
To an extent, it just depends.
Okay, fair.
It depends again, and it depends on the role. It depends on what we're talking about. It depends on if you're talking about politics, technology, healthcare.
Yeah.
Sure. But typically we would say that both things matter though, right?
Religion. It depends on what it is.
Right, and I agree. But typically IQ, EQ would matter. Education would matter.
Even
Right?
IQ, EQ matters in life. It doesn't matter. It's not just
I
suited
agree.
for leadership, but I think that there's other characteristics that matter more, way more.
Such as.
Trey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Lego,
I'm
I
sorry.
got the door to you. So yes, yes.
No. Y'all go. I want to interrupt.
So,
No.
what was your question?
Blackwell, you
No.
were going to ask me about World War III and if I think women should be fighting it, right?
No, what I was going to say is when I think about leadership, when it comes down to a woman, I could never appoint a woman leader over me. For the reason being, it's not about her IQ or anything like that. I think that a woman would make great contributions to, women are brilliant. And, I'm not taking nothing away from women. But when I think about leader, the first thing comes to my mind is military prowess. So, if she's not capable of a certain caliber of military prowess, then I can't follow you. Because at the end of the day, one of the things that make a person a great leader is the ability to effectively defend and go to war. That's why you're respected amongst other nations. It ain't because nothing else. It's because they respect your military. They respect your ability to put in work if things go left. That's what holds everybody at bay. If it was not for that, everybody would just go ahead and just take over everybody's land and take over everybody's resources. But the one thing that keeps people in check is the ability to kill. So when I think about a woman as a leader, I think about her ability to be able to kill. So you understand what I'm saying? One of the reasons why, what's his name, Jim Kong is respected. Am I saying his name right?
Oh, the North Korean. Mm-hmm.
Because he bought that life. He'll put you down. So when you thinking about leader, when you thinking about a person that's leading a nation, we're not talking about a company or your job, but that's all fine and dandy. But when we talking about a person leading a nation, the first thing that comes to mind is, can this person effectively defend the country in the event there was war?
Blackwell, so do you say, are you of the belief that no woman can ever be president of the
I'm not
United
saying
States?
that.
Is that what you believe?
No, I don't think he's saying that.
Or is it just specifically you don't agree? You don't care for Kamala? If it was another individual takeaway party, right? No red, blue. If another woman that meets all of the qualifications that
Just
you
speaking in
feel a
general
leader
sense.
should be, would you vote for them? No matter what race, whatever. Okay. Because I was gonna counter that and say, if you decided to have children and you were blessed with a daughter and she said, "Dad, when I grow up, I want to be president," would
I'd be
you
like, no.
deter her from that dream?
Me
or that
personally, I'd be like,
possibility?
nah.
No, I would.
Okay.
I would.
I
Here's
would.
what I think- But here's what I think about, right? Let's say we got Kamala. Let's say we got Kamala, right?
That's not in your future, baby.
Let's say we got Kamala.
Wrap
right?
that up. You don't even want that job. That job is stressful.
What's the
Haven't
kid
you
I just
seen-
named? Jim.
Have you seen what presidents look like after their term is up? They age crazy. The level of stress that comes along, I don't want that for you, baby. That's not what's best for you. Listen.
But Daddy,
we
that's
at your
your
meet- listen,
viewpoint. I
this is
still
not,
want
this
to
is
be
not
president.
about making you feel good. This is about me shepherding you and making sure that you have the best ever.
But Dad, I
If
think
that's
you're
for
putting
you, I
your
don't want you to be
viewpoints on
stressed
me. You're putting your viewpoints on me, Dad. You're not allowing me to be who I am and what I want to do.
I know who you are. You are who I said you are.
No,
Let me ask you this. Right?
You thought you had your own identity. No, you have an expectation on your life.
Oh, okay. That's in your household. Okay, thank you.
There are so many cultures who make their children take certain jobs. This is nothing new. Like, it's not about, oh, this is my identity. It's about what's best for you.
That's correct.
It's about what's best for the family unit, not about what you want to go off and do. This is like other
That's why
cultures
there's so many
dominate. Yes, that's why they dominate in the medical field, in the science field, because they don't have a choice.
They groom
I don't care what my daughter wants. If she wants to be president, no. Because you're a woman at the end of the
Their
day.
culture is groomed them to success.
Yeah, that's not your role. You might want to have children. You might want to have a family. Some things women are biologically just not designed for. Our bodies can't handle the same type of stress a man's body can handle.
I agree.
Well, that's the planning, the strategy. I'm not saying women can't be strategic and good planners, but there are just some things that men are better at. Running things is, especially a patriarchal country, where a lot of these other countries are under a patriarchy.
You know what's so
Where
funny
does a
about
woman
that,
fit into that?
You know what's so funny about that, Molly? There used to be a time where women was raised to be wives.
Exactly, and we lost that.
Ain't that crazy? Women were
Not anymore.
Understood what it took to be a great mother.
Not anymore.
That's our strong point, is in the home and in the household. But
not anymore. They listen to Beyonce, all the single ladies, and they listen to all this other rap music and R&B crap, and they got all these influences, etc., etc. They want equality. It's just madness. It is. We've gotten away from what it should be. Now, if my daughter wants to go off and be the president of the United States, I am going to have that talk with her. I'm going to have that talk with her. Hey, here's what comes with that role. It's a huge responsibility. I want to make sure that you understand what you're getting yourself into. I'm not going to what I said earlier, I was just messing around. I'm not going to deny her. No, I'm not going to do that. Because she has a life to live as well. And she can make her own choices and her own decisions once she gets of age and she feels like she wants to be the president of the divided United States. Then go ahead, baby. I'm going to support you in that. But I want to make sure that you understand what comes with that. And I want to make sure that I let her know not to compromise who she is when she steps into those waters. I want to show her what it looks like. Here's what it is. Here's what I taught you. Are you prepared to step into those waters? Because then we have a problem. Why don't you think about doing something else? Why don't you become a veterinarian? Why don't you become a doctor? Why don't you become a math teacher? Why don't you get into science? Something else. But I am going to let her see what it is. I'm like, baby, sweetheart, this is what it is. What have we taught you? So that she can, state it back to us. Okay, you taught me this, and this. Okay, if you step in those waters, this is what it is.
We want to be strong women outside of the household, and the family unit is gone. The kids are out of control. We can't say the kids aren't out of control because every time you look on the news, it's teens and young little adolescents looting these stores and wreaking havoc on the community. Our place is nurturing our families.
But you can't put it all back on the parents. in most cases, okay? Because there's that unknown, right? We don't live in every household to see how parents are raising their kids. That's that unknown piece of it. So when we see these kids out here doing these crazy things, out of line things, we can't just automatically blame the parents. Now, some people were like, well, we knew how they grew up in their household. We know what the parents are doing with them. I'm like, no, why are you guys saying that it's the parents' fault? Because sometimes the parents don't even know their kids out doing these things. It's society. It's there's so many different variables that we can just throw out there and have the conversation around, like, hey, it could be this, and this, unless we sit down with the kid and say, why did you do this? Why did you rob this store? You think they're going to say, well, mom raised me to rob a store, or dad raised me to rob a store? No, they're not going to say that. We need to drill down and get to the root of the problem. What is it? Are they really going to tell us the truth? In most cases, no. Kids are not going to tell you the truth. Right? They're going to try to find their way to wiggle their way out of freaking getting in trouble. So that's why we have to invest our time. We have to invest. While we are alive on this planet, as fathers and as mothers, we invest our time with our kids, spend time with our kids. I know we go to work. We do our 9 to 5. We come home. We're tired. We just want to lay back and chill. But at the same time, you can also invest that time by sitting down with your kids just to see how they're doing. What's going on? Talk to me. You know, kids, when they get to a certain age, they become rebellious, right? Or they don't want their parents in their private lives because they're starting to become aware with the world. And they are influenced by their friends, social media, etc., anything outside that security circle. But still invest your time. Invest your time. Because they may they may keep themselves there in that space. And like, well, mom is drilling it or dad is drilling it over and over in my head that this is the wrong thing to do. I'm not going to go rob a store. I'm not going to hang out with my friends because they're saying this and this and that. Nah, I'm not doing that. That's not what my mom taught me. Investment. If you just say it 1 or 2 times, they're getting it. Our kids spend more time outside of the household than with the family. They do. And they're more influenced outside of the household than with us. So as parents, we need to invest our times. We can solve a lot of these issues, these family issues. That's just my thoughts. Going to the chat. Steven said, is it simple? But fools exist in this world too. Fools' thoughts gets accepted in this world today. Correct. Black men is what? If you want me to replay that video of the young lady talking when it comes to black men, I can do that. Just let me know in the chat. Some people are just blind to critical thinking, and we can't change that narrative. We can change the narrative. Oh, we can. Actually, you know what? The narrative. You're right. You can't change the narrative if that's a ongoing, continuous thing. You are absolutely right. It's just people. There's people out there that just can't. Well, we can't say that they just can't do it. You just got to ask the right questions. You just have to sit down and have the conversation. That's where it starts. It starts with a conversation. Can you get critical thinking? Do you know what that is? And then move forward from there. So Google Eyes, you're right. You're right. We can't change it. We just can't change it unless we sit down and start to have it. We have to start somewhere to change. It's just people are so conditioned. Some people are so conditioned in their ways that they don't want to entertain it. They don't want to entertain the conversation or communicate it. Because so many people are so busy doing what they want to do. And then where does it lead? Back to conversations like this. Some people will say then, Pat, what are you doing? I'm doing exactly what I need to be doing as a father. That's why my kids right now, one's 17 and one's 15, is in the best shape of their freaking lives because they know that mom and dad means business. We invest our time. Talk to them. Have fun with them. Do things, do activities with them. Say, how's it go? Reach out to them. Listen to them. Don't be so quick to blah, 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 blah. No, just listen to them. See what's going on in their lives. Then your son, your daughters will come to you if they have any questions or issues. But if you're constantly screaming and yelling and blah, 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 of course, they're going to think mom and dad don't love me. I'm just going to hang out with friends and blah, 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 and cause mischief and do. It's just mind-blowing how we cannot understand how easy that is. She is Steven says she is not right to have her thought come to the podcast. She made a foolish statement, not going to say anything. What statement did she make? Remind me of the statement. This is not about black men, but rather irresponsibly fathers not owning up to their actions. Now, there are, we can say there are black men out there that's irresponsible. That is a fact. That is a fact. But we also have to take in consideration it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango. We can't just write it off that the woman is not part of the problem. Okay? It takes two to tango. She has to be educated and known that, hey, I can get pregnant. Blah, 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 blah. And here we go. Because they know that there's a system set up for them. That's why a majority of these women keep the baby. They keep the baby because there's a system set up for them. The woman is the most protected species on the planet. The woman is. If you take all women off this planet right now, do you think men would survive? We could. We could. We could. But it wouldn't be the same. If you was to take women, I'm not talking about if there was a planet and it started off with just men and just men only, and we knew nothing about women, right? There was no women on the planet. I'm talking about right now, if we was to remove women off the planet, right now, life would not be able to sustain itself. It would not, because all men would die off. We can't have babies. Eventually, all men will die. Life would just whoop, gone, and then you have an empty planet. Period. Most women are vicious than some men. That's a fact. A father protects his home while a mother make a home. Facts. Facts. It's, man, because we are grooming our daughter to be a wife as well right now. She's only 15. So that she understands, when she gets to that point and when she makes her decision that she wants to have a family, that she's prepared. She knows how to cook. She knows how to nurture, cook, clean, nurture, etc. She knows what comes to a mother's role in the household. She's got it. So she can leave here and be like, boom, boom, boom. I got it.
Kamala doesn't have a family. She does not have her own children. She can't relate.
Yes. Women, if there's any women watching this podcast right now, probably not. How can you let another woman tell you how to live your life. And she doesn't even have what to do with your bodies when it comes to children. And she doesn't have any kids of her own. I'm not talking about her husband's kids. I'm talking about kids of her own. That's like me telling a married couple, giving a married couple marriage advice, and I'm not even married. How can I give a married couple marriage advice and I never been married ever in my life? Think about that.
Relate to the majority of the women in this country in that aspect. Well, maybe she can, I don't know. Maybe women aren't having kids.
Let me ask y'all a question also. This is something that we haven't taken into consideration. Have y'all ever thought about, let's say that you got your woman president, right? And then she get pregnant. Do she go on maternity leave?
Hi, Rita.
That's a good question.
Just like the secret
Tim Walz-
agent that had to
Tim
do
Walz
with
takes
doing
over.
breastfeed.
Tim Walz takes over?
No, I'm asking. If she get pregnant,
Tim Walz takes over during the maternity.
does she go on maternity leave or what? How does that work?
I think she's
Based on federal law, she will have a right to, but obviously, since we've never had a president that was a woman and got pregnant, that would be something that's unheard of. So you wouldn't be able.
He just asking a question, dude.
Well, I mean, I guess it's her body, her choice.
until it happens.
We
But,
know it's
'cause
never
that's serious
happened.
because if she's not able, you would have to enact the 25th Amendment, which would make Tim Walz the president. So I mean, that's
I'm saying
something
these are things that we don't even think
should
about.
be discussed, right? Like,
Because naturally, one of the reasons why men are 10 times more successful than women when it comes to executive leadership is because they dedicate their all, their time. You know what I'm saying? And that's where you had family structure, because the woman played her role successfully in a household, which was to hold down the house, raise the kids, and all of that other type of stuff. And it didn't mean that he was completely non-existent, but he was able to dedicate everything he had into the career, which ultimately everybody was the beneficiary of, because it was a team. It wasn't no you, it wasn't no me, it wasn't no partnership. This was, these are the roles, we gonna play it and we all gonna win as a result of it. The kids gonna win because they're in a strong household, they got the opportunity to be great. And they're also going to be groomed to take over the companies and all of this other type of stuff. And this is the plan that we have for the children. The woman is going to win because she can now operate within her true femininity in her role, in the nurturing role. The man is going to win because ultimately his pride and joy is the children, because those are the people that's going to inherit his estate and who he is. Then everybody had a role to play. But now we're having this compare and contrast, you versus me. Oh, could a woman do as good as a man? Probably, but you really don't want to go against me, because I don't fucking sleep and I kick your ass when it comes to this thing that I'm doing that's really great. You really don't want to go against me on that type of time. And so I don't know why men should not want to be women and women should not want to be men. That is a weird fucking thing that we
1,000%.
It's a weird thing that we normalize in society, and that's why we so out of pocket and it's so out of purpose. And I think that it's absolutely.
I don't understand. Perversion has been around for probably since the beginning of time. Man, woman. Why is society accepting this perversion? And then if someone like myself say, hey, I am against that way of life, then I'm a bigot, I'm this, I'm that. How can you say you love? No. I respect you as a person, as a human being, but doesn't mean I have to accept your way of life, of living. It's because now the generations to come are going to think this is it. This is how we should be living. It takes away from the man and woman purpose. It does. Free will, the freedom of choice has been trampled on. It has. Outside of God's original plan and purpose for mankind, man is doing this. Stepping all over it. Using it, but stepping all over it. I don't understand it.
A dumb concept that we keep trying to rearrange what God has already naturally gifted us to be. You good at shutting the fuck up and feeding them children. I'm good at talking a fucking lot and going to get this money. What? We don't have to compare and contrast. We all on the same fucking thing.
But Anton, if it's natural, like you just said, why did men have to make laws if it was natural?
Because we lost control of our households and we let women continue to have a say so. But the minute when we used to pop y'all in the fucking mouth and say shut the fuck up, everything was right with the world.
So you think the world would be a better place if men were able to continue to hit women?
Stop, man. Stop. That's not what he's saying, though. That's not what he's saying. Come on.
Place if men can women. Hey, this proves my point about misogyny.
He still don't get it. He's not reading it. He's not reading it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, hold on. If a woman tells me that she's my equal, okay, she got to understand what that's opening up, right? You tell me you're my equal. You're now relieving me of my duties to you.
Masculinity.
Okay?
Out the
if
door.
I see somebody kicking your ass outside.
Yes. Preach.
I'm going to be like, handle that shit.
Yes, preach.
Yes. You was just as big and bad as I am. Get it done. Get it done. Get it. I'm going to stand right there
and let
him tear
exactly
your ass.
Exactly.
You talking about
to your point, I was just about to say that because I think a lot of women, we double speak and we don't really understand what we're saying when we're asking to take these lead roles. First of all, I think there's a
oh my, don't take it off the screen.
Look
at Q's face.
There's a war on masculinity.
Q's like,
a lot of women just we sit here and we say, you know, we want to take on these roles as leadership, but then we turn around and ask a man to still lead, and the two cannot fit in the same space. You know,
if there's women watching this podcast right now, men, I said this before, men, let's take the next 6 months off. The next 6 months off. Period. We're not playing we're not doing the father role. We're not running the companies. We're not, in any political seat. Nothing. We are doing nothing. We are going on leave for 6 months. We're kicking back. We're all drinking martinis at the beach 6 months straight. Nothing. And let the women run the show. Now, am I saying that women cannot run the show? Yes, they can. But let's see how far it goes before the women be like, wait a minute. I didn't sign up to clean septic tanks and I didn't sign up to pour concrete. And I guarantee you, if you was to throw that out there, a lot of the mothers would tell these modern day women to shut the fuck up and sit down. For you cause what you're talking about is nonsense. Let the women lead the show. That's all I'm saying. I'm not being misogynist. I'm not being sexist or anything. I'm just because there's women out there that are fighting for equality. Some of the women that are fighting for equality, they get it and understand what they're fighting for when it comes to pay. right? They understand those bullet points. But there's some women out there that are just pure ignorant. They want equality across the board. Okay, so what Blackwell said? Okay, if you want the equality and you don't understand and get what you're really fighting for, when you're out getting your ass whooped by a man, I'm gonna keep walking. You want that equality? Okay, go ahead. And then there's some women out there that says that there are women out there that can do things, better than some men. Not saying that that's not true, but when they blanket, when you put out the statement as a blanket, like for everything, now we have a problem. Like, okay, great. If you think you can do this better than me, go ahead, do it. This country was built by men. The country was built by men. Men, it was. Now, are there women in those jobs to help build the country? Yes, but mainly built by men. But if men was to take 6 months off and not do anything, let's see how far we get.
So you can't ask your man to be a traditional man and lead the household, but you want to go out here and do what you want to do and you want to lead. Like you're absolutely right. We're asking men. We want to be
chivalry. I'm sorry to keep stopping it, guys. Chivalry, it still does exist. I practice it. Okay, but she's right. There's some women out there that wants equality but wants a traditional man. You know what I told my wife? Because sometimes my wife will come to me, oh, you're not opening the door for me like you normally do. Okay, are you going to open the door for me? Oh, I opened the door for you. No, you have not. You have not. When was the last time you opened the door for me? No, you want this equality. You want to be equal across the board. Open the door for me. But yet you want a traditional man and eat your cake and ice cream too? Stop playing. Stop it.
Be a man when we're doing that. We want to take a man's place. And when you do that, men start to say, okay,
lose their masculinity.
If you want to take on the lead role, then you got this. It is what it is. That's just how men see that.
Yeah,
Val, do you currently work?
Who, man?
Or are you a stay-at-home? Are you a mother? I'm not being disrespectful.
No, sure. No, what was your question? Do I work? Yes, I work.
Okay. Are you married? Do you have children?
I'm married. Yes. I have children. Yes.
Okay. So you go out of the household to work. You're not a stay-at-home mom.
I do not go out the household. I work from home. And I'm not a stay-at-home mom. My children are older.
Okay, perfect. So in the situation when they were not older, how was that in your household? Were you still working from home? And
they're not my children. They're my stepchildren.
Okay, so you never had to be a part of helping raise them. They're still a part of you if you're married.
Right, but I met my husband when I didn't raise.
Oh, when they were already okay. Never mind. Then I thought they were younger or whatever. Because I didn't want.
And if I had children, I would want to be a stay-at-home mom to raise.
Okay,
gotcha. Blackwell, would it change your position if you were dating a woman who made more money than you and was more educated than you?
No, because she can't put in work like me.
Even if she's paying the majority of the bills and she's making the majority of the decisions, or would you not allow her?
Man, he sounds like a beta. He's a beta.
Make the majority of the what?
He's a beta male.
There's no.
You said decisions?
Like what?
She making the majority of the decisions.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm confused. Like, what woman will be making decisions over my life?
In the household, if you had a wife and she made the majority of the money, and she says, "This is what we're gonna sort of allot our money to," is that like unacceptable?
No,
I
wouldn't say no. No,
I've never been led by a woman.
Not in my house.
Even when I got to a certain age with my mother.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
All right, let me introduce myself. Me and my wife make financial decisions together. If my wife made more than me, no, we're gonna make those financial decisions together because we're one. Not because she's more educated than me and she makes more than me. Nah, we're gonna make financial decisions together. This is not a partnership. We're one. We're married. We should be equally yoked. We understand each other. We got it. If I made $1 less than what she makes, nah, we're still making this. If I made freaking 10,000 less than what she make, nah, I'm not gonna let her only make financial decisions in the household. That makes no sense.
I chose my own path. You feel what I'm saying? Your mom even gets to a certain age where she can't even hold the leash on you anymore.
Sure.
That's your mother. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
but can we give appreciation that she got you to a point where you could remove the leash, though?
What?
She had to be a leader. She had to nurture, like.
You didn't have
my mother was a great nurturer.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, it was left up to my mother. You understand? Like Anton, I'm a millionaire as well.
Talk to him.
You understand?
I don't know what I am. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, I don't know if y'all familiar with these brands, but I own locations of Rita's Italian Ice. I own Auntie Anne's Pretzels, Jamba Juice, Cinnabon, and I'm already talking to McDonald's.
Talk to him.
Dang, you giving the whole community. You giving the whole community diabetes, nigga.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man, listen. Well, listen, though.
That's crazy.
Listen, if it was left up to my mother, honestly, I probably would just be working at a post office or something like that. You feel what I'm saying? Because my mother came up in the era of, hey, get a good job, you know. And I'm not saying anything was wrong with that. But my own path is what led me to where I am, not my mother's vision. You understand what I'm saying? I'm the one who was like, nah, that's unacceptable. I gotta go further. I gotta maximize myself. You feel what I'm saying? When I was telling these things to my mother, she couldn't even see it at the time. I was like, Mom, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna own this, we're gonna have this, we're gonna do this. My mother was looking at me like, boy, back when I didn't fill out the application.
Well, Blackwell, you got to ask him a question now. Would you be okay, Trey, with your wife taking care of you and she making the majority of the decisions in your household and you be a stay-at-home husband?
And so I'll answer your question, but you have to save your laughter.
Oh, beta.
You're going to interrupt my
beta.
I didn't laugh. I'm chilling.
Oh, no, but when I answer, you're going to start laughing.
Beta response.
I don't believe in gender roles. I would want a partnership.
A partnership.
Wait, so what does that mean? So if I was making more than you, right, and we're dating, we're in a relationship, we get married.
Michael, that apply to you too?
People stop with this partnership crap. If you're married, you're not partners. You're married. You're one. You're supposed to be one. You do not have no business contract with that lady. She doesn't have a business contract with you. You're not partners. Why are you guys running with this partnership crap? She's my partner. He's my partner. No, there was a covenant between God, you, and that freaking woman. Or woman and man. What? My wife is not my partner. She's not. This is not a business relationship. It's not.
Sure. Save your laughter, please, sir. Thank you.
Can I make decisions in the house, Trey? Can I make most of the decisions?
I think that if you made the majority of the money, and I think that if you were more financially intuitive than I am, I'd be fine with you making financial decisions.
I'm
Trey, listen to me, Trey. I'm
He about to bring some.
No, sir, no disrespect.
Trey, listen to me.
But Blackwell, before you go into it, because I can't be on camera right now, because I'm.
He's stuffing his face.
So he's telling the world He's telling them. I don't know what man will allow themselves to get to adulthood and not establish themselves in a leadership role, but will allow themselves or subject themselves to what he just stated. If a woman is more educated than me, makes more money to me, I will be okay to let that woman make financial decisions. Dude, who is the woman in the relationship? Dude, she is... You know what that woman's going to do? She gonna look at you. She's like, dude, where's your masculinity? You're freaking nothing. If I have to make all the decisions in this household without you, even down to going to McDonald's, we're gonna spend $10 on food for all of us to go to McDonald's to eat. She is gonna be like, you're not the man for me. You're not going to be able to protect her. She's a woman is looking to be protected when she is in a relation. She wants a man who knows how to run shit. A leader. She wants a leader. But if you're gonna, oh my goodness. If there's any women watching this podcast, if you have that mindset, like, hey, shoot, I'll take the guy. I'll take Trey. Run all over him. Run all over him. But I can guarantee there's no woman that's going to want to be with him. Period. She's going to be in... Dude, she's going to be... Her whole security is gone. She's not going to feel protected whatsoever.
Okay.
No. I want to show of hands on the women on the panel.
Oh God.
How many of y'all prefer a man with that mindset?
I don't like that mindset because a man can still lead in other ways if I make more money than him.
Wait,
I agree.
So Q says no.
Yeah, I said no.
Is there any woman on the panel that agree with that mindset?
I'm gonna be honest. I ain't hear what he said because I was getting my snacks.
I agree with you. I don't believe
she's
lying.
I'm sorry. Give me a second.
She's lying. She heard what he said.
Is there any woman outside of Jamisha because she didn't hear it?
Why can't you just say it again? I'll give you the answer.
Because he had a whole explanation.
No, it's basically if a woman is making she's financial savvy, she's
We're gonna come back to you, Jamisha. Is there any woman on the panel that actually would prefer a man with this mindset? Interesting. So y'all saying that y'all are naturally suited to be under a man's covering that is truly a leader of the household, right?
Yeah. Doesn't matter if I'm making more money.
So that means that y'all proving my point is that women naturally don't want to play the same roles that men are naturally suited to fill.
There's a difference between nature and nurture.
Listen, you can do all of that word salad shit if you want
Same
to.
word salad. You don't want to do the majority talking. There's a difference between nature and nurture.
You can do all of the word salad if you want to.
It's not word salad.
Listen. Nature, nurture, science, all of that shit. This is what I know. Women want a man to lead them.
If that were true, why are men more hypergamous now than ever?
What? Why are men what?
More hypergamous now than ever.
Who is?
Men are more.
Men are not hypergamous. Women are.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Then he must be hypergamous.
Why do 60% of black women make as much or more than their husbands?
They don't. They don't.
That's not
60
hyperbole.
60%?
First of all, his statistics is wrong.
60%?
So you tell wait.
Wait,
So
wait,
that
wait.
means that the majority of women make.
So, how many people do we have in this country? 63, let's say 65 million or billion? I don't know. Either way, you're saying 60% of women make more than men? We're going to go to the chat. Steve says, I'm talking about men who don't want to take responsibility to what it is. Most women will always take advantage of whatever is given to them. Facts. Damn, son, you still going? What I miss? Dude, you should have been here. Trey is lying to them. Dude, Trey, hey, thinking we got another beta. We got another beta on the stream. Man, the thinker says, you now have comfort pillow. This must be a safe. This is, dude. I have to keep my spirit in check, man. This is just, it's amazing being able to sit down and listen to these people talk so that other people can see it firsthand. And if the glass slippers fits, then you may have to just go check yourself out. I mean, just say, hey, you know what? I have to rethink my position on some things because this is just mind blowing. So with this guy here, Trey, he stated that he is okay with a woman who's more educated than him, who makes more money than him, to make financial decisions. Period. So I stated, how can a man get to a point in their life? How does a man allow himself to get to a point in life and not establish himself as a leader when he's making the actual decision to start a family, to make a statement and say that, hey, it's okay. I will allow a woman who makes more than me, more educated than me, to make financial decisions in the household. You can't make this up. Any woman watching the panel, watching the podcast right now, let me know if I'm wrong. But a woman wants a man to lead. She wants to feel protected. She wants a strong leader in the household to be able to make financial decisions, to be able to make decisions overall for the family. And when you're married, you won. Thank you. You won. You're not in a partnership. You're not in a partnership. You're not in a business relationship. You're married. You're in a covenant. There is no partnership. They keep throwing this partnership crap around. My partner, my partner, my partner. No, we're not partners. We're married. I depend on you as the man to lead. Because if the woman has to make all the decisions and all the financial decisions, what does she need you for? She's gonna step out. She unless you have something that you're bringing to the table that she can benefit off of, dude, she's gonna do whatever the hell she wants with you. She's gonna take advantage of you. She's gonna tell her freaking girls and everybody else, he's a piece of crap. I guarantee you, she probably can go out and have a child with another man and then put it on him, and he'll take care of that child. Anyways, most women want a strong man to lead in the household, period. Making decisions financially, etc., period.
More than men, right?
Is that what I said?
I'm asking.
No.
No, hey, don't
Not
get
what I said.
sassy with me.
No, hey, but that's not what I said, and you know that's not what I
I'm
said.
asking a question. Don't be sassy.
My apologies,
Because
Anthony.
I'm a C student, so I'm slower
Okay,
than that.
and okay. Well, let's establish what hypergamy is first.
No,
And
I know what hypergamy is. That's not what I asked you.
For the
I
audience.
said, are the majority of women making more than men?
No.
Okay, so 60% is not the majority?
You just said, oh my
I
goodness.
don't know. I'm asking.
Oh my goodness, he just said 60%. Oh my. And then he just said 60% of women are making more money than men. So the 40% of men are making less than 60% of.
My
You
original.
said 60% of women are making as much or more than men.
I said 60% of black women.
No, you didn't. No, you
Are
didn't.
making
So the
that.
majority of black women are making more than men.
64%.
Wait. So the majority of black women are making more than men, right?
That's not what I said.
I'm asking.
Oh, okay. I'll clarify. Well, I'll say it again.
Okay, go ahead.
60% of black women that are married are making as much.
That's not
or
what you
more than their
said.
husbands.
That are married. I didn't see that. I didn't hear that.
Correct.
I didn't hear it either.
Okay, I don't know that statistic, so I'm gonna take your word for it. Okay.
Hey Trey, you
He didn't
Well,
say
why
that
are
in the
the ones that are
beginning.
married making as much or more? Why is it the ones that aren't married making as much or more?
College educated women tend to make more. College educated and women tend to marry more frequently and stay married longer.
But is it a possibility
That's
that
not true.
That's not true at
I
all.
don't. I'm just gonna take his word for it. Just
It's
for
not
a second.
true.
Molly.
But go ahead.
Is it a possibility that the fact that she was with a strong man has enabled her to be able to be in the position that she's in the first place?
100%. That could happen.
Which
Okay,
doesn't
so
make
then
them
that means that she's
hypergamous.
still under his covering.
Yeah, that could happen. But
So what
odds
the
are,
fuck are you talking about when it comes to hypergamy?
because
Because
there's
women still want the best available option. Men date down, women date up. That's a fact.
that's not true because
That
there's a
is
difference.
very true. Men will men will take the McDonald's cashier if she fits the narrative. They don't care.
That is true. I don't know what world Trey is living in. What planet are you living on, man? Men date down. Men don't give. The first thing on a man's mind, I said this before, the first and last thing on a man's mind is vagina for JJ. Because if they can get it, they're going to get it. They're going to go for it. It doesn't matter if it's a McDonald's worker or a freaking CEO of a 500 company. It doesn't, and everything in between. It doesn't matter. Men date down. Majority of the time. Men date down. Women date up. Because they want that security. They want it. They want a man making freaking over $200,000 a year. That's what they want. Even the modern day women right now are telling you they want a man freaking making 200, 300. Go, all right. Go out to a club. Pick up a woman. Have your conversation in the Waffle House. Let's say Waffle House. You know, it's day, let's say day 3 or day 4 of you know, you guys dating, whatever. And she happens to ask you how much you make. Now you dating. Yeah, you dating. And you say 60K. I make 60K a year. Majority of the time, depending on the woman, she's turned off. I guarantee you. She's turned off. There's nothing she's turned off. She could be making $5 an hour at McDonald's. She's still turned off. She's gonna want someone making way more than that. I don't know what planet he was on, but okay. Let me know if I'm misunderstanding. Man, these grapes are good, man. We're gonna go to the chat real quick. Steven said he's just trying to be that guy who smiled at public and frown and frown at home. Women find it attractive when the man knows what they are about. Fact. I couldn't have said it any better. Facts. A man that's confident. A man who's got it together and knows exactly what he wants. Period. The bottom center must be reversed for the betas. The Thinker, what's up, man? It's good to have you here, man, in the chat. Steven says he is just not honest and he makes up things that aren't factual. You know, so far with this guy, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women on this panel. Are you really, dude? And you talking like you're educated. What is going on? You skipped 2 messages. Which 2 messages did I skip? Let me know. Because I don't want to skip any messages. Oprah is a billionaire and no man wants to smash her. Case closed. You know what? That's a conversation for, you know what? The Thinker, you're off the hook. Let's play.
Yes.
If that were true, then again, why are 60% of black married women?
It's the practice of dating someone in a higher social economic class of you. Men don't do that.
No.
Wait.
If a woman just so happens to make more, that nigga, that's just what it is.
Hypergamy. Hold on. Hypergamy means you're dating up in education. You're dating up in sex value,
or you practice dating.
If you're marrying up in,
the key word is practice. Not that you just marry, you practice it. Like that's
okay.
Like you intentionally do it.
I got
Not that
one
it
for
just
y'all.
happens.
But marriage is a practice. So if someone marries up in education, marries up in money, marries up in sexual value, that's hypergamy.
Hey Trey, I got one for you.
Before you ask that question, can y'all tell me what I am? We have our bills together.
You are beautiful.
No.
That's what you are.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We put our bills together. We are equal in pay. We have our children. We make our decisions. And then whatever is left over, I have my money.
He's still your leader.
Yeah, he's your leader.
Because if I climb through that window,
well,
We already talked about this. You should
I'll climb through that window. I want him to look at you and be like, "Hey, babe,
Go handle that.
out."
Yep. Yep. Go take that. Go take that bullet. Go take that bullet.
My lashing of last week, I'm gonna stay in the bed and I'm gonna let Daddy get up and take care of me and protect me. Okay?
That's not what she said.
I'm just saying, you
So I said, when I
if you looked over at you and was like, "Babe, go check that out."
and get my life right and not run for the gun. See, I learned I can.
You know, that's love. When a woman says that she would take a bullet for you, that is love. But at the same time, Pat and Patrick, I'm like, go sit your ass down. Go sit down. Go sit down. I don't need you to jump up in front of a bullet for me. No. Go in the back. Go in the safe. You know, our little spot. Take care of the kids. Have your gun ready just in case if I get taken out. But let me handle that. Let me take care of that situation. There's no way any woman is going to sit here and say that they would jump in front of a bullet for a man. No, you would not. It's easy for you to say that, but when shit hits the fan, you are not going to jump. You're going to tell that man, go downstairs and see what that noise was. I guarantee you. You can act tough all you want to. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, women, You know you will not. Prove me wrong. Someone comes through the freaking window or there's a noise downstairs, you're not going to look for that noise. I'm talking to my black women. I can't speak for any other race. Y'all seen the scary movies, right? I can't speak for other race. I'm talking to my black women. My black women, unless you actually trained like a police officer, but naturally you're not going to go downstairs. You're not going to do it. So you should ask that question to Trey. Trey, will you go downstairs? Or Trey, are you going to tell your woman to get up out of bed and go see? Trey's going to be like, honey, go check that out. I'm going to go downstairs. Oh, but let me know if I'm wrong, guys. Let me know if I'm wrong. Steven says, he is just, okay. I read that. He says, the UN part. Let me go back. I don't want to miss anybody's, comments. Where is it? UN, the UN part? I don't see it. Stephen Ashley says, he also uses words without understanding its meaning. Yeah, do you guys understand that? I mean, he comes out and he says these words and then he defines the word, but really not defining the word correctly. The way what did he say? Trey must get no play. White knight is he. Loneliness I see. Pat his head and say you are a good boy. More estrogen than girls. Must be all that soy boy. Oh my goodness, to think of you off the hook. Dude, that's always one. It's always look.
Learn things up here.
No, but what are you really doing in real life?
Oh, I'm jumping up.
And doing what?
Grabbing the gun.
What if you make a mistake and shoot him?
Shit, God forgive me.
Who said you
What?
like that?
Because I go to gun range.
Jamisha, you said you have children. So if you have children, Jamisha, is it a good idea for you to be taking on your man's role? Don't
She
you
said,
think you
God
should be
forgive me.
going to protect the children while he goes and goes to have danger?
I do protect my children by going, but also my kids go to the gun range too, so they know how to shoot.
I'm gonna paint a scenario for you to let you know they are gender roles, right? Listen, let's say I'm thinking about invading your home, right? Right, I'm outside. Let's say I've been watching your house, right? Let's say I just see you walking around the house, just you, right? I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, this about to be easy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make this move. Let's say the day I come to make the move, I come back to the house and I see old dude walking through there. It changes the dynamic.
Yes, it does.
Now I'm gonna be like, hold up,
It's two against one.
I might get killed.
No, there's a man, not just a woman.
Right. I could go ahead and just handle her, but now I got to deal. I'm not even worried. I wasn't even worried about her from the get go. But now he in there. This could possibly turn into I get killed coming up in here. You feel what I'm saying?
I
so that
hear
lets
you,
know
but what
like,
makes you
we're
think
we're not the same.
the woman couldn't handle herself if you did run up on her?
Because masculine men, we just by and large
He's
kick out that.
biologically
If you're
stronger,
saying
faster.
right, I get
We're
it,
not
but
saying
you was
that
saying,
women
like,
can't defend
were you saying
themselves.
coming in with a gun or you fighting me? Because that's different. I feel like the situation is situational.
Even if he
Like,
comes in and
if he
fights you, you can't do it.
Because he's a man.
He's stronger than you.
Power with their bare hands. It doesn't matter if he has a gun or not. He could literally snap your neck. You cannot do the same thing with your bare hands.
That can be hit, that can kill somebody too.
Why are you so
Yeah,
like
but-
being a woman, Jamisha?
Oh my goodness. But this, unless you Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan built, freaking you have been freaking in the boxing ring, freaking freaking Jeet Kune Do, freaking Wing Chun. If you don't know any of that stuff, it doesn't matter if you know which body part to hit. You're not. You have to be on point when you do that. You have to be on point when you do that. When you're in the moment, the opportunity has to present itself where you are able to do that. And and by that time, he's already got you. This is not a movie. This is not a Lifetime movie. This is real life. What makes you think that he's going to give you the opportunity to snuff him out? It's not pressure points. Oh my, it doesn't matter. He's going to overpower you. Unless you freaking 6 foot tall, freaking 500 pounds, you Honda. Dude, no. Unless I'm not saying that any women cannot defend themselves. That's not what I'm saying. But when it comes to a situation like that, when you're in the moment, you're not gonna have time. It's not like what you see in the movies where you can just boom hit somebody behind the ear or freaking do your freaking no. Where the teeth go up in their brains. No, he's not gonna give you that opportunity.
Women aren't going to the gun range, and most
No,
women.
no, no. Well, that's a mistake on y'all.
I go to the gun range as well, so don't make an assumption.
Well, you just made an assumption.
It doesn't matter if you go to the gun range. It doesn't matter if you go to the gun range. When I come through your window, I already scoped out your house. I don't know you got guns or not. I don't know you got guns. But you can't tell me every place that you step in your house, there's a gun. So every step you take, there's a gun. There's a gun. That means, do you know how many guns you will have? You'll be able to grab a gun as soon as you see me come through the window, just doop, doop, pow. Do you walk around, unless you're walking around with your gun at all times while you're in your house? What if I come in your house and I know you just got out the shower? You're gonna have a gun up in the towel with your hair wrapped up? What if I'm already in your house? What if I'm already in your house and you come out the shower? What if I'm already in your house, you're downstairs, I'm upstairs, right? And you walk upstairs, as soon as you come in the room, I grab you. You have no chance of getting the gun. You're done. It doesn't matter if you go to the gun range. Who cares?
And that most women don't go.
This is why, guys, y'all just need to.
That's not an assumption.
Just because I think just because a woman can doesn't mean that she wants to.
Fellas, leave them to their own devices. If you see a motherfucker monkey pounding her in the back of the alley, she got it.
What?
She got it. No. Listen, you can't have it both ways. I'm not telling you not to call the police. Don't get involved. Call the police. Let them do their job. They got it. Listen, they tough as nails now. They got this shit. You better fear her. If you see a dude in the alley monkey pounding her, call the police and drive the fuck away. Give them the location. Do they airdrop the pin? Get the fuck out of there, bro. Let the police win.
I feel like
I'm gonna say this to you.
relationships and women, and like, do we want the gender roles and everything like that? Let's take it outside of a relationship, and let's say like out in public, you might see a woman getting harassed, beat, assaulted, whatever the case is. As a man, and that's not your woman, how masculine are you to go and stand up and protect that woman?
Don't twist your neck at me. You
No.
Not crashing out for somebody else.
No.
You on your own. No, Jameek.
No. This is difficult. And I say this because if you see a woman getting beat by another man, you don't know what that man is capable of. let's say if you happen to say, you know what, I'm going to go assist with this. Be like, yo, chill out. Next thing you know, he comes up, pow, you're dead. Next thing he comes up, got you with a knife. The fuck? I mean, you could pick up a rock and throw it at him or whatever. I mean, you could be at a distance and be like, yo, I don't know what he's capable of. So you're putting your own life, yourself in a situation. I understand. You don't want to see a woman get hit or get beat up. If it's like 5 or 6 of you, yes, y'all can probably just handle the guy. But you by yourself? I'm like, I don't care what women call me after I state this. I don't care. I'm going to be like, yo, I'm going to call the police. I'm like, yo, damn, this is woman down. Y'all better hurry up and get down here, man, because I don't know how much time she has left based on what's going on. You know? For me to put myself in a situation where I could lose my life? Because I don't know what the situation is. I know what it is by looking at it from a distance, but I don't know what it really contains. I get up there, next thing you know, he takes out a gun and shoot me. I'm like, damn, I tried to do the good Samaritan thing and then freaking... Now I leave my family without a father. Let's see what they're saying.
Tanisha said, no, you on your own.
Okay.
God bless you.
I did at the house. I ain't dying for you.
I got the nail in the coffin.
So it's just like the woman. It's not about anything that you might
I
just
want
need
everybody.
some help. So, but when it comes to our woman, though, for the men who do want to protect and, you know, and...
Hold on. But, Blackwell, before you go into it, I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes I see situations where I be like, shit, I might have to fight this motherfucker. Like, it's not something that you look forward to. You just be like, God damn it. Like, I hope this don't turn into something that it's gonna go negative, because even a man that's dressed like a woman, you be like, that motherfucker probably got hands on him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some shit.
That's
like,
true,
I don't
though.
want to get beat up by a nigga that's dressed like
about a lady.
Exactly, that's true.
I'm not about to get my ass kicked by a nigga that's dressed in heels. Me and this nigga about it. Like, you know what? It's just not a good situation. So if men
It's not a
look
good
at
situation.
men and they be like, I mean, it is what it is if we got to get to it, but damn, I prefer not to. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
And think
Y'all
about
not-
this.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Why do y'all even want to put yourselves in the same category?
And check this out too, Jamisha, right? If I see a woman that's getting her ass whooped, right? But let's say I know this woman is like a bona fide, gentle, soft woman, right? I'm going to be more inclined to be like, yo, why is they beating that girl like that? I'm going to be more inclined to get involved, right? But if I see Brittany from round the way, aggressive as fuck, walking around 20, getting her ass whooped, I'm going to be like, well, she had that coming. You know what I'm saying? I ain't getting involved in it. You feel what I'm saying? Because
Look at Trey's face.
Also giving
Look at Trey.
energy that you just as big as bad and tough as me.
Look at Trey.
I'm gonna
Oh
be
my
like, you know what I'm
goodness.
saying?
This
Take
is
your licks
beta
like
male
I would.
freaking
Or like anybody else.
energy. I don't know
But
what
if
else
I
to
saw
tell
like
you.
My name getting thrown around in this
But if I
narrative
seen like a
because I'm
real,
gonna jump up and protect myself and whoever else needs some protection. Like,
No, you're
I'm
not.
just being a good
You're not
citizen,
gonna
but
do
also,
that.
I'm a woman that has
You're-
survived the domestic violence, so
So-
I had to put
What
pause
is okay?
on it.
Man,
That's domestic
Look,
violence.
I had to fight.
Look,
I seen a chick.
you're not gonna.
was he
Look,
nice though?
When I was
Look,
sitting
look.
in jail,
you can't sit here and tell me that you'll jump up and protect other people because you were a survivor of domestic violence, right? For example, if you're out in the club and then there's a fight that breaks out, you're gonna jump up and protect other people? No, you're not. You're gonna get the hell out of there. Because it can go left real quick. You're gonna get out of there. So what are we talking about? You're not going to do that.
I don't know. You gotta ask him.
I don't know who he was.
Okay.
I'm sitting at the bar at J. Alexander's, and I vlogged it, and it just so happened to happen. And nigga came in there with the monkey paws. This nigga hands was like that big. Nigga grabbed that chick up. I was like, God damn, y'all.
I seen a dude hit a girl, and yo, her shoes came off.
Yeah, those make you go to jail.
Her shoes came. Listen to me.
Seriously,
I seen a dude hit a girl and her shoes came off.
no, I seen a guy slap a guy unconscious,
Yeah.
like with the open hand, like, and then that nigga fell unconscious. You know what I'm saying? He almost killed that nigga. Cause he could have hit his head on the concrete or something like that. I seen a nigga hit a dude like this and slap him unconscious. What is y'all thinking?
It's not the same.
They think they're men.
It's not the
It's not-
same.
it's not
You ain't felt that pressure.
Well, can we get to the root of it? Why is there physical violence in these situations? Like, why does someone got to resort to hitting somebody? Let's
they are men.
let's stop talking about.
I can tell you the answer right now based on the masculine energy that she's presenting. I'm going to assume that she presented that same energy with that man, because some men can only take. Now, am I condoning domestic violence? No, etc., etc. I'm only speaking on based on what she's asking here. I'm going to assume that she went this way and doing all this and blah 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 blah. Women, I'm going to tell you right now, if you hit a man, expect to get hit back. You can't play the victim. If you understand that no one should put their hands on anyone, then why would you put your hands on a man and did not expect to get hit back, and then you go play victim? Make that logic make sense.
Like, you know, the physical.
I'm telling you that you don't want.
point?
You
How do
don't
we
want to be in a
really do
position.
that? So it's not like that where we want to beat on women and slap them with your hand.
It's
over
not
your-
about that. It's about the fact that there's 9 billion people on this earth. It was just a bunch of dudes on the news over in New York City. I don't know if y'all caught any of that. And it was punching women, walking down the street.
Yeah, they should be arrested.
And they eventually caught some of them. But my point is that it was women just walking down the street. Next thing you know, they got a black eye. And that's a real thing. And I'm not saying that guys want to do it or anything like that, but it's some monsters out here. And women that think that they on the same level as men in a lot of ways, they're setting themselves up.
Okay.
Because it's a false sense of security.
It is.
And when you see women
Here's
that
Trey.
lean into their
Here's Trey.
femininity, they look for direction. They look for covering. You know, a lot of times covering is proactive. It's not even putting
Look
yourself
at
in
Trey.
a certain
Oh
position.
my goodness. I
don't
gotta stop
let
saying
my
this name.
chick
That's
go
gay
out
as
and
shit.
pump gas. She don't go to the gas station to get her own shit. You can, women can, they have the capability of going to get their own gas, but she's never going to be in a vulnerable position because she don't think the same way that I think. She not even she's situationally aware, but I'm really situationally aware. I don't want her in a position where she would even have to use a gun. That's my point.
That's correct.
That's not even her role. That's not her position. My daughter don't get gas. I make sure all of the vehicles is gassed up.
Y'all see this guy, Trey? You guys see his expressions? Dude. What? If this is not feminine energy, I don't know what is. It's like he's disagreeing with everything that Anton is saying. Men are built differently than women. Men are more situational aware than women. We're just built that way. It's according to Trey, the way he's looking, all these freaking silly freaking expressions on his face. I guess he don't agree with Anton.
On Sunday, everything taken care of, cars is washed. That's not something that she should worry about, but that is something that women have now adapted to be their norm, and you see them suffering in a lot of ways as a result of it. It's a lot of women that deal with a lot of shit that's in the streets that they shouldn't even be subjected to because they outside of their purpose and they think that they're on the same level and they not.
I've been wanting to drop this. I want everybody to turn to the book of 1 Timothy.
Not the church.
2 and 12. Look it up. Everybody look it up.
You gonna quote it before I go to super chats?
No, I ain't gonna hear me. I want y'all to go look at it.
Go look at folks. In the meantime, we get to the super chats.
1 Timothy.
Look, we got one more
we're not gonna
topic.
do this.
Don't call yourself a Christian if you support a ticket. You guys, here we got one more topic on the
Tampon
docket.
Trey.
Quick one. And let's get to it. About Corey.
All right, I think we
I
are
don't really need
on.
you. I don't have to be.
I think we're on the last leg of this podcast. So this is the Corey Holcomb dating broke women segment. So again, I thank you guys for rocking out with me, man. Hit that like button, subscribe, share the stream, man. If you guys want me to do more of these, man, I don't mind. This is the second one. Again, I have more brain cells this time around than I did on the last podcast. I mean, you guys have to go check that out, man. That is insane. Now, yes, these podcasts are like 3 to 4 hours long, but it's entertaining all the way through. So if you go check out the last podcast that I did, I mean, if you have to skim through it, some of it just to hear some of these people talk, just listen to these people talk, dude. We are divided. I'm serious. Americans aren't divided. It's. I mean, we get on here. We have these conversations. We talk. We give our thoughts, our perspectives, opinions. But a majority of the people that's on these panels are not even educated. They don't understand. They throw out claims and can't even freaking substantiate their arguments. They have no evidence to back up what they're talking about. This is madness. They don't even know why they're voting for a particular candidate. They can't even give good things that the candidate did during their time in office. They deflect from the actual topics. When the topic is about Kamala, then they want to bring up Trump. But I guarantee if it was about Trump, they will answer. They will answer. It just, I don't understand and get it. It says Trey is hired by a certain group of, I don't want to miss. Imagine if a ship is sinking and men react by requesting they go first before women and children. So Stephen, which approach would you take? Would you go first, or would you let the women and children go, and then we'll come back to it? Stephen says Trey is hired by a certain group of women. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, but yo, my man Trey, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. And you know what? I am so happy that we had another beta male. It's an insult to beta. To be honest with you, I just don't understand some men. I'm like, dude, you're going to lose. In the end, you're going to lose. If we have a Walking Dead, you're going to lose. You're going to lose, man. The thinker says women have the privilege of saying whatever they want because there is minimum risk of a man hitting them. Men check their mouth because we understand violence is a real possibility. Couldn't said it any better. Man, I need you guys on the show, man. I need you guys on this podcast. I need you guys on this podcast instead of in the chat, because I think if we do this together, like on the podcast, and we're talking back and forth to each other, you guys don't have to keep typing in the chat. I know you guys are busy. Just let me know when you're not busy, man. I can reach out to you guys, and we can put some cameras up here on the screen. You don't have to show your face, anything like that. It's totally fine, so that we can talk about this. Because I know you guys' fingers hurt right now just typing in the chat, and I want more people to, if you guys want to come on, let me know. I will send you a link so that we can all sit down and have a conversation while we listen to these people talk. It's madness. And we can always agree to disagree. But some of this stuff here, I don't even know where to go with it. It's just like, what happened to us, man? Corey Holcomb. Let's see what he has to say. I'm going to back it up because I don't want to miss anything that he says. So let's see what he has to say.
The hug, hate is rib, helping people can lead to death. Oh, I'll put you in my prayers, Kristen. If you loyal mama, can't even talk sideways. Tampon Trey. Shout out to everybody that sent a super chat. That was the last one. Shout out to you guys. Here, we got one more topic on the docket. Quick one. And let's get to it. It's about Corey. Okay?
I don't really need you. I don't have to be rich beyond my wildest imagination. You know what I'm saying? I got what I need. I'm from the projects. It don't take much for me to be straight. I got a fast car, and I got access to a lot of girls in poverty. So I'm winning.
Janine.
That's true.
What? Like, what's your...
I'm older now. I'm not as young as I used to be. So women in poverty, I can control them better. A girl who can't afford to say, fuck you, Corey, I'm gone. She just can't afford to do it. So I take advantage of that. Now, that might be wrong, but her poverty and my needs, most of the time, it even out. I don't really need a lot of their time. And they don't tell me to fuck off because they know when I come over, their children can get some
goddamn,
some outlet Jordans.
Outlet Gucci.
Yeah.
That's true, though. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait a minute. It's true. If you look at it, those women that he's referring to doesn't really have anything going for themselves. If they're in a let me know if I'm jacked up, guys. But if you find a woman in a poverty state, they don't have much of anything. They may have 2 kids, so they are looking for that extra support. Like Corey Holcomb said, he has everything he needs. Right? And he can walk off at any time. He can go find another woman. It doesn't matter. But for that woman, she's looking for that extra security to help her in that time, in that space, to take care of her kids, right? Because she's a single mom and she's taking care of 2 or 3 kids by herself. It sucks that, for her being in the position that she's in, due to the choices and decisions that she made. But someone like Corey Holcomb, like, he's gonna come and he said he'll take advantage. Yeah, if you're gonna take advantage of that, I can see how that can be a little, that could be insensitive. But he's right. Let's see what they have to say.
Corey Holcomb says he prefers broke women. Is what he says is true? Are women that make less money more controllable?
Why don't nobody want to say nothing on this?
Yes.
The control piece, though?
Because they want something from you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, then that just goes against everything Trey says about hypergamy.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Absolutely not.
You said that men are more hypergamous than women, right?
The majority of black men that are married have married up financially, married up educationally, and have married up to...
Most times men deal with the women over a period of time.
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about, man.
To be able to take advantage of his beneficiary and his great.
He must have a few friends in his clique that's exactly what he's describing.
Money they tend to not get married later in life.
But wait, also, can we take into account as well, speaking as a woman who has been married to a black man, not all black men, I don't think that they marry in that situation, but not all black men are really just necessarily showing everybody what they have and putting it on paper, because a lot of black men have other means of income, not just necessarily a white collar job or anybody else's job. So we really can't say that that's how they're marrying. It can come across very differently on paper depending on the statistics and the different dynamics of the.
I mean, that would be like saying that my wife makes more money than me because on paper, because of what she's paid through my companies, and that I don't take a salary, that I married up. It's not true.
But
you know what I'm saying? It's not true whatsoever.
Your reality is the reflection of Black America.
It's the reality of a lot of high earning net worth individuals.
What percentage of Black America do you think that is?
I'm not sure. I know you're a stickler for the details.
No, it's not a stickler. It's just that
he researched it. I guarantee you. See, you can see the computer screen.
It's not about citing sources. Is you're speaking to probably 2 to 3% of the population. So make sure
you guys see the computer screen, the reflection on his shirt. That's probably why he asked that question. Let's see.
Your point irrelevant.
Wait. How am I speaking to 2 to 3% of the population?
How many? I don't know how much. I don't know what your net worth is.
It's insane.
Perfect. How many Black folks do you think are worth what you're worth?
It's not about. That's not the point.
What are you talking
about? People that are married in general. Mm-hmm. People that are married in general tend to have a higher net worth, especially in the Black community. So it's not about how high your net worth is. You spoke about whether or not women were making more, as much or more than the men. A lot of times people build together. They don't come into it already with resources and wealth. That's not what happens in the Black community.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But a lot of times,
and that's the context. You can't say men are marrying up if they help to build the woman that is then in a position to be able to make that type of money.
But a lot of times isn't adding context. That's a slippery.
You might have been a Dusty when I found you. I made you.
For you. But do you not think that the reverse is true?
For you.
But do you not think the reverse is true?
You would have been nothing without me. That's what the statistics say.
The statistics also say that single women are buying 20 to 30% more houses than single men.
Yeah, so, but they're also, but the statistics also says that they're
losing their houses too,
on and being evicted at a much higher rate. Than
exactly.
So now,
men are in more.
Every single day I cover it, and I look at the stats and the statistics on the Millionaire Morning Show. You're talking to the wrong one.
That is 100% true. More women are being evicted or foreclosing on their homes, especially during COVID. He's right. More women are purchasing homes, but more women are losing their homes as well. This Trey guy, boy, he's something else.
Yes, when the rent moratorium was up, they were the ones that were getting evicted. When the pandemic hit, they were the ones that were laid off the most. When the student loan forgiveness program started, they were the ones that were petitioning for student loan forgiveness more than anybody. They are the most, listen. They are the most enrolled, the most in debt, and they still do not have a higher net worth than men, and they still do not make more than men on average. That is a fact.
It's a fact.
BLS disagrees with you. Experian disagrees with you.
BLS. What's BLS?
The Bureau of Labor.
Oh my goodness.
So help me to understand what the Bureau of Labor is saying.
They're saying that Black women make 94.5% of what Black men make. The only reason that Black men are making more is because they're working more hours. Black women are roughly making just about as much.
How am I wrong if you just literally substantiated my argument?
Because you just interrupted me and you didn't let me finish what I was saying.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
Okay. Right. So what the Bureau of Labor is suggesting is that if Black women were working the same amount of hours as Black men, they would be making more per hour.
I don't do ifs. I do what is.
Okay, well,
you're saying if they worked as many. I don't give a fuck about possibilities. I don't care about I don't care about hypotheticals. women still on average, black women make less than men. That is a fact.
It's a fact.
I don't do ifs. See, now you
because they work 43 hours a week.
I don't give a fuck. Listen, I work
not to take
16 hours a
anybody's
day, 7
side,
days a
but while
week.
y'all was going back and forth, I looked it up. So men is 72%. And they're comparing it to white people. So what are y'all comparing it to based on?
Listen, he just justified my argument. On average,
And where did you look
make
your stats
less
up at?
than men.
Freaking Google?
and if you go
Wikipedia?
and look at the repossession rates, and you go and look at the student enrollment, and you go and look at the degree programs that they're selecting, and you go and look at who has the most student loan debt, and you go and look at who was being evicted the most, and you go and look at who was being affected the most by the pandemic, I'm right.
And if you look at who's buying the most homes, and you look at who's in the most credit card debt, and if you look at who's
women,
and you look at those
They
metrics,
are the ones that are in the most credit card debt.
women.
that's Experian disagrees with you.
Oh my! So, you saying men?
Okay,
Oh, you saying men?
Is it also fair to say that maybe women don't get the same treatment, or black women necessarily, especially, I should say, don't get the same treatment that men do? Because that was the question before that we was talking about. And I
That
think
is self-inflicted wounds. If you go and you spend a bunch of money on credit card debt, you go and get a bunch of student loan debt, that's on you.
But I'm saying, but at the same time too, and I'm not saying that you're wrong with anything, but at the same time, like the forgiveness may or may not come, but it does not necessarily show that we benefit more in society than you all do as black men or black women.
No, Trey is arguing in y'all behalf and saying that y'all better off than we are.
I don't need Trey arguing on my behalf. I
Oh, so I keep saying every single woman on this panel said that they wouldn't go with what Trey is advocating that men then subject themselves to. But I mean, what am I? Who am I know?
Well, I'm just speaking for
Listen, let me tell you something. You could say all of that shit that you want. Women want to have the option to work. They work because they have to, and so they make the most of the situation. But most women, by default, don't want to be out here struggling and trying to get resources along at the same rate as men. They just don't.
Black women are more employed than black men.
The same website that you use to cite, it does say that women make less than men.
He knows this.
No, I said that. Black women make 94.
No. We're not doing it. It's women, men, because Anton is saying men and women. We're not breaking it down to race.
Oh, then that's fine. Then yeah, no, I would concede that. I know it's never my point. That's fine.
Listen,
I never said otherwise.
this is a man that's saying that he wants a woman to partner with him, guys. So, you know, 50-50.
Okay, so the point to what the question is, Corey Hope.
Listen, baby, hey, April, you got your half for Trey?
Well, listen, I have my whatever for my relationship, period.
No. We taking you out of this relationship, and now you hypothetically in a new one. You got your half of the rent or what?
Huh?
You got your half of the rent or what?
I don't want that kind of situation, but I would have it if I had this situation. I already said I'm not that kind of woman. I already said Trey is not speaking for
That's
me.
why women.
I told my personal
That's why
story
women date
about
up.
my situation, you know. I mean,
And they don't want to be in that position where they have to dish out money because they look up to the man to pay most of the bills.
Because of the profession that I chose to go into.
Oh, so wait a minute. You saying
No,
that?
because I never said anything against
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm
Okay.
saying that. So basically, I described your situation.
Yeah, I can speak very well to what you're talking about.
Talk to Trey for a minute. Tell Trey.
Like I said, I'm a single mother. I've done well for myself. My daughter's in college right now, and I still want a provider and a protector. Like I don't get me wrong. I say that I can do it if I have to, if my man needed me to support him in those times, because I've been married before. It's never 50-50. Sometimes you need the support. Sometimes, like I said, the husband doesn't report what he's making because he's doing something, you know, on his entrepreneurial thing he doesn't need to just report.
No, that was that man. That was that man you were with. You can't blame that on every other man.
No, it's not.
That was the man you were with.
But I have the support, and I will do that if that's what I am.
Hey, what advice would you give to April?
To do as she pleases.
What?
No, April,
April's not saying, is April saying something counter to what I'm saying?
No, I don't suggest that women do as they please. I think that women need to get up under the covering of a man that actually know what he's talking about and stop trying to be 50-50, stop trying to be equal, stop trying to be a man. And do what you're supposed to do so I can change your life and you can get yourself together.
I think that speaks to what Corey Holcomb is saying, that the reason why he prefers a broke woman is because most men, I would say most men, do not, well, let me say this. Most women who make a lot of money tend to not want to be under the covering of a man. They're looking for someone to be on their same
match
level.
their energy.
Most men tend to see them as a problem. It's just an attitude that comes with, oh, I make more money than you for a lot of women. And most men find that as an issue. A lot of women would say, oh, they're intimidated, but it's not necessarily that. I think what Corey Holcomb is saying is basically, like he said, he can shape a woman. Most men want a woman that they can shape, not shape in a sense of the way we as women would think, oh, that's misogynistic, you can shape a woman type thing. But most men want a woman that they can mold into their vision, what they're trying, in the direction that they're trying to go.
Not Trey wants a partner.
I don't think that's what Corey Holcomb was doing. I think he was trying to purposely say he wants to prey upon women he has a power dynamic over.
No, that's not, no. I'm not saying Corey Holcomb. I'm saying most men, specifically, I'm speaking about most men want to be able to have a woman that they can mold. Corey Holcomb, yes, he's saying that, yes, but he's still saying the same thing. I want someone I can mold, and he said it, I can take advantage of it. He's coming from a different perspective. But what the reason why I made an example of Corey Holcomb, because what I'm saying is most men want a woman that they can mold. And for some reason, a lot of times when we have a higher status than men, most men find that to be problematic because a lot of women come with attitudes.
That's all. How they show up.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
Trey, you should
I don't need that.
Why can we assume that because a woman is in a certain position, she comes with an attitude?
I do disagree with that.
Because you have not experienced it.
You're
not in that position.
They are going to be.
Do you date black women?
Excuse me?
Do you date black women?
Whatever I say, I'm still gonna be tampon Trey and homosexual. So I mean,
I never called you.
He just asked a basic question.
I never called you tampon.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I've never called you homosexual. I've never done any of that.
You alluded to the fact that I was.
Well, here we go with this illusion stuff. I never called you that. Now, my question still stands because you didn't answer it.
Yes.
Do you date black women?
Yes.
Okay.
That's impressive.
So in your I'm not getting into that. I'm not believing
Like, I thought you dated white girls, because you're not.
I mean, I date everything, but I do date black women.
You date everything, or you date every type of woman?
See, I told you.
You said you date everything.
Trey, chat about the
No, because I'm not joking about it. I'm just trying to understand it.
Women.
Do you date everything, or do you date all kind of women?
All kind of women.
What about men dressed as women?
Stop, nigga.
No, listen, let me tell you.
Or men that identify as women. Come on,
the reason that I said that is because the other week I asked Trey, what is a woman? Trey said, a woman is whatever it is that you identify as.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So I'm not bragging. I'm asking him a question. Does that also include men that identify as women?
That's a valid question, Trey.
That is a valid question.
You support Harris.
Yeah, no, that's true. And it is a valid question. I date biological females.
Got you. Okay.
But okay.
But a woman is too.
You gotta be specific. You don't think I'm trying to be extra? No, I'm asking them questions.
Do you have a different answer to what a woman is today?
Yes, he does.
I don't have a different answer. No, I like we confirmed last week that Anton deferred.
Oh my goodness. So this is the problem. He's part of the problem. I'm sorry. And anyone else who thinks that way and supports it. You can identify this whole identity crisis that we have here in this country and that's spilled over into other countries. This is sad. So, okay. So if I get stopped by the police, right? Let's say if I get stopped by the police and I identify myself as a cat. Once the police says, okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and contact animal control. Because under the law here, cats are not allowed to drive, are allowed to operate motor vehicles unless you're a human being. So go ahead, take your keys, if you can, take the keys out of the ignition. I'm gonna contact animal control and come down and pick you up. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. We are screwed as a people. And there's people out there that's accepting this way of life, this way of thinking. I can only imagine where we're going to be at in the next 3 years. It's going to be pandemonium. All right, I'm going to go to the chat before we wrap this thing up. Steven says, nope. I'm going to go back. I think it says, nope. I'm right. Steven says, if it's equality of outcome in a sinking ship, I go first. My man. Now, I'll probably take the kids with me because they probably don't have a clue, right? But if it's the woman, I'm like, deuces. Give me the kid. Yeah, hey, y'all jump on my back and shoulders. I'm going to take the kids and I'm jumping all shit. Hey, I don't want to hear it. Oh, so you don't want to let me go first? No, you want equality. So, same energy, right? I think it says government cheese with the side of Corey. There it is. You can tell this dude gets no play. I don't know. Whew. Man, oh man. Trey looks like the type to secretly think this is a dating show. Please, someone give me a chance. I'm smart. Oh my goodness, dude, man. When you showcase yourself like this, man, women are gonna run. Or there's probably gonna be one, at least one, that's probably gonna come out and take advantage of you. They're gonna simp you. Don't call you a simp. I mean, he sounds like the type of person, and I know I'm gonna get some hate for it. He sounds like the type of person that will just give the woman what she wants when she asks for it. That's the vibe that I'm getting. What you need, babe? Yeah, I'm gonna go buy these new Gucci purses, blah 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 blah. Okay, I got you, babe. I got you. Here you go. Without thinking or asking the question why you need these Gucci purses. Just here it is. I mean, he's sipping for the women. Easy. Don't believe me? This guy has been defending women this entire show on every subject, and it's madness. He says they are simply a headache to deal with. When it comes to dating, as a man makes more money, more doors open, but as a woman makes more money, more doors close because fewer men meet their standards, and the men who do qualify don't want them. Exactly. I don't understand why certain people don't understand that. If my wife makes more than me, she's gonna want someone to match her energy or make more than her. She's not, If I come in with 60K and she has like 200,000, she's not gonna want to be with me. She's like, get out of here. I'm not doing that. And then they come with these attitudes and like, I make money, you and blah, 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 blah. What does that have to do with anything for us trying to better each other? To make this thing work. In every freaking argument, well, you can't offer me nothing anyway. I make more money. They would use anything. They will weaponize anything to their advantage, which has nothing to do with the argument or situation. They'll do that.
Sex and gender are different.
I think it's very crazy that we got to put biological in front of women.
You do. You never know.
And again, I wasn't trying to like rag on him. I was just trying to understand.
No, I get you. No, because you're building off
Kids be like, I dated a woman. You gotta be like, I dated a biological woman. That's crazy.
No, it's 2024.
Yeah.
What, he's right.
You gotta ask these women
He's
that.
right.
Make sure you
It
ask
is 2024.
Would you get mad? Would you get mad if a man that was biologically a man that then transitioned into a woman or dressed as a woman didn't disclose the fact that they were a biological man at some point? No, it's a serious question. But because they said that they presented themselves and identify as a woman,
yes.
Would you get mad if you found out that at some point it was a biological man and they didn't disclose that to you prior to
absolutely
you kissing them or getting into a relationship with them or something like that?
If I was engaging with them like in a romantic capacity?
Yeah, I guess you can say that.
Either. Does it matter?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, that does matter.
No,
Like,
it
if I was
doesn't.
hiring someone
Oh
and they
my
didn't tell me-
God.
No.
Oh my. Look. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm telling you. I'm not asking you. No. That information needs to be disclosed up front. Period. Because you're not allowing the other party to make the decision if they want to stay in a relationship or leave. Up front. Period. I'm not going to take you out on several dates and then start to catch feelings for you to tell me freaking, oh, I was born a man. No. Give me that opportunity up front so I can make the decision for myself if I want to stay in a relationship or continue dating you or move on. You don't have to be in no romantic. You're going to know if you're in a romantic.
Oh, this is I'm going on a date or something.
Okay. Yes, because I agree with somewhat what you said. It's just we all have preferences.
Man.
I have preferences.
But
they should
So-
absolutely in
Disclose.
the first conversation
'Cause I have a
let
preference,
you
like
know,
you.
because that is wrong for someone to mislead. I
Yes.
don't care
Right.
what.
Well, no, I understand it. I'm just trying to fully understand how he sees
Yeah, I have preferences.
dating and women and all of that other type.
You have
That's
preferences, so does that mean you gay? You bisexual?
Don't you start discriminating, Q. You was all for it.
No, when was I for that?
You was all for the support of what Trey was saying.
When
No,
was it? When?
I
You
don't
said
think
that
she
you
was.
agree
I
that there's
was
a
not.
difference between sex and
She was
gender.
going against him.
Yeah, I can find it. I looked up the definition.
Yeah.
No, I thought that when Q started to insert herself, and I correct me if I'm wrong, was when we started talking about men playing in women's sports.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
because-
never agreed to that shit.
No, because
I
I
agree
said,
that you didn't agree to that.
and I didn't agree with it either, but you put words in my mouth, said that I did.
No.
That was when Q
I don't
stepped
I
agree.
didn't
in.
put words
Said,
in your mouth. What I said was, you can't pick and choose, because if you then say that a woman is whatever it is that you identify as, but then I use an example that a biological man that identifies as a woman then plays in a woman's sport, you can't just switch it up and say, oh no, you're a man now.
no, surely I can pick and choose. There's nuance. Just because I
No.
support women's right to choose doesn't mean that I support a woman's right to choose at night.
No, you said I support somebody's delusion and thinking that they something that they wasn't. That's not a right to choose.
Okay, but you understand.
Right to choose is whether or not you want to eliminate the baby that's in your belly.
But that doesn't.
If it goes to a certain term.
That's not,
But someone can be pro-choice, but not be pro-choice up to 9 months. You would acknowledge that, right?
No. We talking about people that identify as a woman as biologically a male.
Correct.
So you said that a woman is whatever you choose to identify as.
Correct, and I can acknowledge their pronouns, but that doesn't mean that I believe that they should be able to play sports. It's a nuanced conversation.
So you don't look at that, because see, if I say that I'm a fairy, right?
Mm-hmm.
They might have me committed.
As you should.
You know what I'm saying? They gonna send me for some tests. They want to make sure that I'm not crazy. They might put me in a straitjacket depending on what my answers are.
Hey Trey, what's the difference between break down this whole gender?
Gender's a social contracts. Gender's a social construct.
Gender's a social construct. Okay.
And sex is like your biological makeup, the way you were born.
But we also realize that gender definition has changed within the years.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Trey,
No, it's not changed. It's the same as it was. Y'all just remixing it to make it fit your narrative.
Trey.
No.
Trey.
Blackwell.
Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
There's boy and girl.
Agreed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Male. Female.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can't. This whole thing you got going on, brother.
No, you're not about to listen. You're not about to convince Trey. Trey has already been.
Well, Trey's my guy. Words matter.
Thank you, Quentin. Thank you, Quentin. Thank you. Words do matter. Social constructs matter.
Don't trust Quentin.
Thank you.
Don't trust Quentin. Not on this one.
That's my
Quentin is not
football.
Quentin is not your ally.
Hey, he is on this topic.
Let me tell you something. Quentin, in the click of a button, is going to change himself into a baby at any point past the 1 o'clock hour.
Facts.
So I wouldn't trust him at all. He's going to change into a whole other person in a minute.
But I'm gonna say this: that whole LGBTQ trans thing, I don't agree with it. I'm sorry.
See, I told you. Now you're not a grown man no more. He's a baby.
He looks better than that.
All right, so where's this
baby,
going?
A baby with a mustache.
More mustaches and adult. Let the big ass hands, Quinn, go like this with your hands. I don't agree, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That this whole
No. Do that again, Quentin. Do that again. That's exactly what women do. They show up with a different face, and then you look at them hands and be like, "No, nigga."
Can I just
No, dog. That's a grown man under that dress.
I'll shove you. Go ahead.
Quentin turned into a baby.
For those that have already voted or
that's pretty
are
cool.
paying attention, what do y'all think about the constitutional amendment to provide that only a citizen of the United States who is 18 years of age or otherwise possessing the qualifications for voting shall be entitled to vote at any election?
So basically, you said, what do we think about the fact that you got to be a citizen to vote?
So
I
right.
agree.
Okay.
Why would we disagree with that?
Well, because they want to update the Constitution. Because I have to look it up, but right now it's basically allowing for. Let me find the wording.
You know, this ain't nothing but your party doing this shit, right?
You think felons
No,
should vote?
right. That's what I'm saying. I was reading it and I was talking to one of my Republican homeboys, and it switched by one word, but it still is the same thing.
Yeah,
It's
because
still the same thing because qualified, if you are coming in and you're becoming a legal citizen, then you qualify. But it's a switch in the word and people ain't paying attention. Because
That's your party doing the devil's work.
I'm independent, so you can't say my party.
That's your party doing the devil's work.
Wait a minute, you said you was a
But
Democrat.
my homeboy,
Oh man, okay.
Republican,
She's
called it
independent
out,
now,
and I looked
guys.
it up, so I pay attention.
She's
to that
independent.
because you
Trey
want
said
to
you can
vote.
identify as a citizen and you should be able to vote.
My president, she says earlier in the freaking podcast,
All right,
my Kamala Harris, my president.
No,
It's
you
independent,
can be what
though.
you want to be, right?
But just that you have to be 18 and a citizen. But then when you say the extra part, or who is qualified as, like that right there, kind of threw me off because of
No,
course
that's what it says in the Constitution, but I have to look it up because it's another word, but
Why would you bring it up and
I
you not
think it
be
might be
prepared?
only. Either way, you want to vote for
You
this.
asked a question.
You want to vote for this.
Who's trying to get some pussy?
All right, we gotta
that
go.
could mean anything.
All right.
Right.
All right, we're stopping it there. Look, my final thoughts. We are in trouble. If this is what the current generation is offering, we are in trouble. If our future generations are going to continue this, mankind is in trouble. Again, you can rock out on panels like this. Again, have your viewpoints, your perspectives, your thoughts, your opinions, and still walk away from this panel still rooted in your beliefs. It doesn't change a thing. That means to me it's just a waste of time. Maybe one or two people will assess and look back and say, oh, I never thought to see it in that light. Let me gather myself. Let me rethink my position on these things. Let me do some research. Let me see what's really going on out there. Or let me reach out to such and such and see what he or she thinks about it. I'm pretty sure none of that's gonna happen. Maybe one or two. Two more days, right? 2 more days. 2 more days. We'll find out on November 6th. We'll wake up either to Kamala Harris as president or Donald Trump as president. There's so much information out there on both candidates. It's just madness. I said that madness so many times. Neither one aligns with my morals, values, and beliefs. I'm never going to compromise who I am. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it for any case, for anybody. People are going to vote for whoever they want to vote for. They have the right to do so. But when we come back to the table and have the conversations, when shit hits the fan, I'm going to say, hold that. You're going to have to hold it. Because what is it going to take for people to wake up and call a spade a spade? Or we're going to continue this cycle of having the same conversations over and over and over and over. This too shall pass. It'll pass. Who's going to be on the ballot for the next 4 years? Michelle Obama? There's a woman running for president. There's a man running for president. Both men and women are being divided. You have women out here And you have men on that side that are cheerleading for the women. Masculinity, out the window. Femininity, that's also at stake. Because women wants to be equal. They wants... And not understanding I don't know what else to say. 2 podcasts down. I still have more brain cells this time around. Thank goodness. What do you guys think, man? Final thoughts. Final thoughts, and we're going to shut it down. If you want me to do more of these podcasts, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Follow us out on x.com at Games Reactions 40. Let me know what it is. And we'll do more of these. But before I go, let's read the rest of the chat. The thinker says the whole fallacy, Trey's argument of men are hypergamous is ridiculous because rich men would gladly date the Starbucks. Yes. Yes. It doesn't matter where you work, lady. You can work at the beauty salon or beauty supply store. Matter of fact, you can work at 7-Eleven. Doesn't matter. But women, they don't want to date a person working at no 70. Most women don't want a man working at 7-Eleven. They're not going to date a man. If she's attractive and pleasant, exactly. But a rich woman, never given a broke, not a chance. Not a chance. Unless he looks like a Greek god. If he looks like a Greek god, women will flaunt like flies on shit. Prove me wrong. And still take advantage of that. And they will still take advantage of that. That one guy. Because they know they can get rid of him at any time. For another one. She knows what his status is. He knows where her status is. So he has to go into it knowing that I'm rich, bitch. Dude is lost in the sauce. I don't know what he lost in, man. It's just... I identify as always being the right person on this topic. Checkmate. Bam! I love you guys. Take care of yourselves. Start off the week good and blessed. Pray. Pray. Don't just pray for yourselves. Don't just pray for your own families. Pray for everybody. Because some of these people on this panel needs prayer. Some people need prayer more than others. Again, there has to be something in the DNA structure or something in the water or the food. Maybe it is the COVID shot. I don't know what it is. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. And I'll see you guys and gals in the next Gaming Reactions podcast. There will be a giveaway announcement in the coming days out on X.com. So stay tuned to that. Peace. Yeah.